he's focusing on it now, so maybe they can catch up.
Do you want to hear my Boomer All-Star story?
I'd love to.
You might have glazed over. I was there when...
do tell.
I was there when Pete Rose ran over Ray Fosse.
Yeah.
He was that competitive in an All-Star game, meant nothing, and basically...
Get hurt?
Did Fosse, yeah, Fosse, I don't know if Fosse ever, did he ever come back? I don't know, but that's how much Charlie Hustle.
By the way, another decision Rob
that was in
Manfred
Cincinnati in the 70s.
was to allow Pete Rose to get into the Hall of Fame now that he's passed away. I talked to him about that too, and he said, look, it's not like I'm not for lifetime bans for major scandals, but when players die, it doesn't make any sense to me anymore to keep these guys out of the Hall of Fame. Like, their lifetime ban is up. They died.
And so they died, and then he puts them in?
That's right. That was his decision.
I don't get that.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people don't. Controversial decision.
That record, can you see it being broken, that many hits? You need 20 years of 200 hits every year.
The game has changed right now where players go for power so much and don't go for these singles and doubles that we're certainly not in an era right now that record is in any jeopardy.
Is ever going to be, which is amazing. You didn't get that bored. You remember Ray Fosse and Pete Rose. You remember it, sort of, right?
How old do you think I am?
See, I don't want players getting hurt.
Well,
no, I know.
I mean, I know who he is.
He steamrolled over. Maybe we have a video. Steamrolled over him for an All-Star game, which is meaningless.
I mean, Pete Rose steamrolled over everybody.
He did
constantly.
And he was like a tank.
Yeah.
Thank you to Alex Sherman. Wells Fargo is out with earnings. Leslie Pickard joins us now with the numbers. Hey, Leslie.
Hey, Joe. Yeah, stock moving lower on these numbers. My expectation is that the market is looking at some of this net interest income guidance, which has been taken down a bit lower for the year 2025. Wells Fargo saying it expects 2025 net interest income to be roughly in line with 2024 NII of $47.7 billion, and that's lower than what Wells said in April when they said that they expected NII to be about 1% higher than 2024. The biggest driver of the change from the prior guidance is lower net interest income in its markets division. You can see shares down about 0.4% in pre-market trading. In terms of the bottom line, the company reported $1.60 per share, which was up 20% year over year. We're not comparing that to estimates because of a slight gain there associated with acquisitions of the remaining interest in its merchant service joint venture. On the top line, it was a slight beat, up 1% year over year, reporting $20.82 billion in revenue in the quarter. Net income was up 12%, and net interest income was down about 2% year over year, and a slight miss on expectations on that net interest income, that profitability metric for loan making as well. Investment banking fees, we'll go through a bit of the non-interest income here. Investment banking fees up 9%, investment advisory fees up 3%, and the provision for credit losses in the quarter was about $1 billion, made up mostly of net charge-offs for Wells Fargo. Those shares currently down about 0.5%. And it's worth also noting, guys, that the net interest income, the slight takedown in Wells stands in contrast to JP Morgan, which did raise its net interest income guidance for 2025 to $95.5 billion from a prior guidance of $94.5 billion. So almost, or by about $1 billion, they raised their guidance over at JP Morgan. I'll send it back to you.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you for that, Leslie. Stay in that seat.
And we've got an update right now on that big energy summit taking place in Pennsylvania that President Trump is planning to attend. Google announcing that it plans to invest more than $25 billion in AI infrastructure across several northeastern states in the next 2 years. It's also pledging about $3 billion to help modernize 2 hydropower facilities in Pennsylvania, also launching an AI training effort for workers and small businesses. Alphabet's president and CIO Ruth Porat is going to be attending today's summit in Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania Senator Dave McCormick, before all this begins, is going to join us right here on Squawk Box in the 8 o'clock hour live from that summit in Pittsburgh.
All right, when we come back, Starbucks is telling corporate employees to get back to the office 4 days a week. We'll bring you the details. Squawk Box will be right back.
Sir. It seems that the Gladiator is getting a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How did you get 30, 30, bet you get 30, bet you get 20, 20, 20, bet you get 20, 20, bet you get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold! Mint Mobile Premium Wireless.
Let's check his tongue for steroids.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. 15, 15, but a bit 15, 15, but a bit 15, 15, 15, and sold!
What brand of coffee do you drink?
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up. Public is the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way to help me keep more of what I earn.
Nearly home. Who done it?
We're looking for a house closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
Find it with Realtor.com. With Real Commute, it's easy to find a home closer to what's ever close to your heart. Do y'all recycle? Realtor.com.
This is Jess. Peloton instructor, educator, game changer. She needs her money to work as hard as she does. That's why she uses U.S. Bank Smartly checking and savings, which does exactly that, helping her track her spending and grow her money. Together, we'll achieve more than any of us could alone. You got this, Jess.
We got this.
That's the power of Jess, and this is the power of us.
That's my son. Takes after his dad. I'm his stepdad, but...
Gushers Fruit by the Foot and Fruit Roll-Ups. You better be playing.
This baby hits 88 miles per hour. You're gonna see some serious...
They wanna know if you still got it. They say rap's king. They wanna know how I feel about... And even when I was close to defeat, I rose to my feet. Taking my time to perfect the beat, and I still got those streets.
In this family, there has to be drama.
Chaos.
Competition.
Wow. It's what makes us us.
It is just before 7 a.m. right now on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. I got a lot going on this morning. I mean, a lot. Among today's top stories, let's start here. NVIDIA now planning to resume sales of a key AI chip to China. The company saying it's filing applications with the U.S. government right now to restart sales of its H20 graphics processing unit, expecting to get the licenses soon. NVIDIA also introducing a new model designed to meet Chinese tech regulations. The stock and other chip makers are moving higher on the news. There's a lot of controversy around these national security issues. The CEO is meeting with President Trump recently, and what it all means given that these chips prior had been blocked and what's changed now. Also, the markets are getting a lot more data on inflation. The government's consumer price index coming up at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, and as expected, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo now launching an independent bid for mayor, setting up a rematch with the frontrunner, Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee. We're going to get into that race and everything else. So many topics with the one and only Ken Langone, Home Depot's co-founder, and somebody who, as we always say, never holds back. We're going to have him on the broadcast at 8 a.m. Eastern time. You do not want to miss it.
All right, big bank results out so far this morning from J.P. Morgan and Wells Fargo. And joining us right now is McCrae Sykes, Gabelli Funds portfolio manager. McCrae, if you just take a quick look at this, Wells Fargo shares are down slightly on the initial reaction to this. J.P. Morgan shares are up slightly. What's your takeaway from these two banks?
Well, I think, first of all, at J.P. Morgan, another great quarter for them, 21% ROTCE, beating numbers, top and bottom line, great IB fees. So they continue to hit on all cylinders. A little bump in their NII, I think about $1 billion better than expected, but on a $90 billion base. So, incremental, but not huge. Wells Fargo, you see it's trading down a little bit. The shares are up almost 40% year over year, 20% coming into the quarter year to date. I think a little disappointment in the NII, just given kind of where things are moving and some of the growth and balance sheet, et cetera, for the other banks. But again, this has had a pretty strong performance. And if we go back to 100,000 feet, we think there's a pretty good operating environment for banks. So more fiscal certainty, stable employment, consumers pretty steady, a little easier Fed policy, and a normalized rate curve.
Yeah, Mac, what you said about J.P. Morgan with investment banking kind of jumped out at me, too. Jamie Dimon said in his comments that the quarter started slow, but it gained momentum as market sentiment improved, and that their fees were actually up 7% for the quarter. Is that what you expect to hear from all of the big banks with investment banking? Just this idea that maybe investment banking's back, and maybe that's as simple as taking a look at where the market stands right now?
But I think if we go back to the start of the year, I think there was pretty good anticipation that we would be kind of at a level of market activity that we are today. But obviously, there were some more volatile events in March and April. It feels like also with the spending bill in place, there's more corporate confidence around planning. And so this is all should generate, boost the overall activity levels, interest, engagement, et cetera. And we started to see that certainly late in June. And when you're starting to price IPOs in July and August, which are typically quieter months, that's a good sign for activity.
What about deregulation? That was supposed to be a big tailwind for the banks this year, and Jamie Dimon cites that too. But how much of that has played out already?
So you have the proposals in place. Certainly the stress test gave the banks a little excess capital, which we'll get more commentary on a little bit later. And then yesterday there was an announcement by Huntington Bank buying a smaller Texas bank with the anticipated close in early fourth quarter. So that's pretty accelerated when you think about how long it took bank mergers in the past. And so I think that's a reflection of kind of the sentiment shift about dealing with regulatory authorities and consolidation. So we're seeing a couple of different areas where that should be beneficial. And then the end of this year, hopefully more clarity on Basel III.
We've got Citi coming out a little later this morning, too. What's your expectation?
Yeah, so there's a little differentiated portfolio in terms of their assets. Obviously going to be good in trading if we read through on the J.P. Morgan results. I think the key there will be capital allocation, so repurchases. They announced a $20 billion program in January, as well as looking at their card portfolio, just looking for charge-offs, et cetera. Provisions, at $2.7 billion last quarter. So we'll see what that brings in terms of earnings expectations going forward. And then any update on the consent decree, I think, will be anticipated on the call as well.
But you don't own Citi. You say you prefer banks with higher ROEs?
That's right. So J.P. Morgan stands out. It's one of our top 10 holdings. I mean, they're at 21% ROTCE this quarter. They did 21% ROTCEs in the last couple of years. Obviously over-earning to some extent, but this is an extraordinary group of businesses. And we really like those banks that are more diversified, produce higher ROEs and shareholder returns.
Okay. Mac, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
News just out from Anthropic. The company is going to release a version of its Claude AI assistant for financial analysts. The company says the new tool will transform how financial professionals analyze markets, conduct research, and make investment decisions. It will incorporate data from multiple systems, including S&P market data, FactSet, Palantir, and PitchBook, and synthesize it using a single interface.
Wow.
That sounds powerful, actually.
That sounds powerful, and what they might describe as a Bloomberg killer. That's what this is all about.
And they could use it.
And by the way, Perplexity also trying to do the same kind of thing in that space.
And you wonder what it's going to mean for employees. Oh, sorry.
Right. It just can't get worse. I mean, I hope they put in a sentiment, because it's just always the unexpected thing that normally happens.
This is where you talk about white-collar jobs being under pressure. Not that they're not going to need any of these people. You're just not going to need as many of them.
Well, maybe it'll be useful for the people to hone their skills. That's what you would hope. This outrageous news. Something's got to be done. Starbucks CEO Brian Niccol calling workers back into the office for 4 days a week. Details on what he told his employees after a break.
You stand at the forefront of building materials.
Today, Amrize becomes the partner of choice for the professional builder of North America with our advanced branded solutions from foundation to rooftop.
It's about political
My wife Gina was born to be a chef. Exploring new foods is her passion, but diabetes threatened to take that all away. Then Gina got Dexcom G7. Now she can see how food affects her sugar levels in real time. With Dexcom G7, she doesn't have to choose between the foods that she loves and her health. I can't wait to see what she creates next.
You know it's gonna be good.
This place ain't big enough for the three of us. Looks like y'all got a case of the zoomies.
Reba.
Have y'all seen the real view maps on Realtor.com? You can easily compare homes by lot size. Who wants to find their dream house? Realtor.com.
When your home needs work, where do you go?
Angie. That's where Angie came in.
With Angie, find top-rated pros in your area, plus compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
We've been defending the world for decades. Through NATO, with American soldiers and taxpayer dollars, all to keep other countries safe. But it's not just defense. Americans pay more for medicine because European countries refuse to pay their fair share for the drugs we invent. This has to stop. President Trump will negotiate stronger trade deals, just like he did with NATO, and he will stop the foreign freeloading.
In our previous home, we had had wood, and I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result, and custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Starbucks is going to start to require corporate employees to return to the office 4 days per week. That's going to start in October. Joe is going to get his Kleenex.
I'm going on a picket line.
In a letter to employees,
Order
CEO
filled.
Ryan Nichols saying workers who prefer to leave the company instead of heading back to the office for an additional day would be offered a one-time voluntary exit program with a cash payment. I don't know if you get free coffee with that.
And don't let the door hit you.
He wrote the following. He said, quote, "We understand that not everyone will agree with this approach. We've listened and thought carefully, but as a company built on human connection and given the scale of the turnaround ahead, we believe this is the right path for Starbucks." Back in October, you might remember Starbucks telling workers they were at risk of being fired if they didn't return to the office 3 days per week. And of course, the sympathy is here on a set where we
It's
5 days a week is a little
2025.
bit
It's
complicated.
2025, Andrew. It's 2025.
Actually, Starbucks is doing this the nice way by saying you can get this one-time offer where you get a cash payout, because all these other companies are doing it and saying, hey, you either have to come in or you have to quit, and you're not going to get a payout. So Starbucks is actually doing this the nicer way by saying you can get a cash payout. There was just an article last week, I forget where it was, talking about how some companies are doing this as a way to bring in layoffs and not actually have to pay any severance payments.
Andrew Cuomo was governor, had
Order
a thing
filled.
every day.
Order
submitted.
Order filled.
He had to resign, COVID ended. Now he's back running for all these things have happened since we had the pandemic.
You knew this would eventually happen.
It's 2025. Why weren't they at 5 days a week in 2023? Why?
Their workforce has moved all over the place. And by the way, Brian Niccol lives in California.
Right, that's also the complicated part.
He lives in Newport Beach. I know
Right?
where he lives.
When you're flying to work, how does that work?
I know. It's not you know what? The world's not fair. It's just not.
Order filled.
It's never going to be, Andrew.
Coming up, we've got a rare interview with GameStop CEO Ryan Cohen, the company running an auction
Order
for charity
submitted.
involving
Order
a
filled.
stapler that broke a very popular
Order
video
submitted.
game. He's going to tell us about the bidding that is now in the six figures. We're also going to get, of
Order
course, into
submitted.
GameStop's new focus on
Order
the trading
filled.
card
Order
business and
filled.
many other investments. You don't want to miss this. Ryan Cohen, right
Order
back.
filled. Order filled. Order submitted.
Order filled.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
CBIZ, your company started here.
Hello?
But look at you now. Your small team has become a not-so-small team. It's time for CBIZ, accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBIZ, insights that impact.
It won't be hard to find someone to fix this. But before I started Angie's List, different story. A lot has changed for us at Angie since then, but the issues facing homeowners are the same. And the solution too, skilled local pros. Get started at Angie.com.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
Kelly Evans, Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch, weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC.
All right, let me tell you about ambition. To me, too much is not enough. You have only one life. So go all out. The only way you're going to accomplish all the big goals is if you have a vision. Find out what you want to do, set the goal really high, and go all out. And then you create another vision, and another vision, another vision. So that's being ambitious, be useful. That's what my father always said. Don't just waste this life away. Be useful, help
Order
other people.
submitted.
This is what this is all about.
$5 duo at BK. Step up to the plate and have
Order
it your
submitted.
way. Get 2 of your faves. It's up to you. Just figure it out. Then hit the drive-through. BK. Have it your way.
We are a true 100% grower-owned cooperative.
We just love to farm. You know, you feed people around the world, so it's very fulfilling.
When I look at what we're producing, I know the high quality. I know the animal welfare standards behind it.
The turkeys, they mean something to us. We really care about how they're doing and how they're feeling, so we really invest all of ourselves into it, just like you'd want for your own family.
And it's nice
Order
to feel
filled.
with someone
Order
like
filled.
Keith and Watson that feels the same way. We're doing it because it's the right thing to do.
Order submitted.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Order submitted.
Nicotine with support makes all the difference.
Order
Outsmart
submitted.
nicotine every step of the way with X-Pro.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The infamous GameStop stapler that damaged the Nintendo Switch, starting what has been dubbed the Staplegate, has now hit the auction block, and for a good cause. This morning, we are talking to GameStop CEO Ryan Cohen, who's a little bit behind some of this. Ryan, great to see you. It's been a while. What is going? I have about 1 million questions about what's going on with GameStop and your investments and everything else, but let's start with the stapler. It's up to what, $250,000 right now?
Yes.
So what?
So we had our store in Staten Island on launch day, and the store
Order
manager took the stapler and stapled it into the Switch. So we damaged the Switch, we refurbished it, and now we're auctioning off the stapler, the Switch, and the actual and the basically it turned into a collectible. So it's right now $250,000. I'd originally said 6 figures. I'm going to throw in my underwear. We've surpassed that, obviously. And now 7 figures. If we get the 7 figures, I'll personally deliver the underwear in Miami, and we'll take a trip to McDonald's together.
Your dirty underwear?
Do you believe the underwear is going to advance the price? And are you going to sign the underwear?
I will sign the underwear. Whether it will advance the price or not, I'm not sure. We'll see.
And just so we're clear, is this, you said a trip to, it's a trip to Miami, or they got to pick it up in Miami where you live?
I will fly them to Miami, and McDonald's is on me.
And McDonald's, how much stuff can they get at McDonald's?
Whatever they want.
Wow. I mean, that, I could order a lot at McDonald's. I don't know if I could get up to the price, though. Before we even go farther, who do you think is bidding on this?
I don't know.
Are you, though, fascinated by this sort of fascination with GameStop and with you? I mean, the fact that people would want your underwear? I don't do a lot of interviews where I ask about the underwear, Ryan.
It's a nice underwear.
What kind?
Don't tell me the kind that has those little holders.
No. Okay, let's move on.
Only the winner is going to find out.
Only the winner is going to find out.
What are those called?
Ryan, let's talk about where GameStop sits
Order
right now
Order
in terms of just where you are on the journey. And I mean, I remember talking to you a million years ago, obviously during the sort of GameStop.
Order submitted.
Where are you from then to now?
We're a much more profitable business, smaller business, less stores, very strong balance sheet. We are, we've gotten our costs under control.
Order filled.
And, we've changed the business from a reliance on hardware and software to a significant focus on trading cards and collectibles generally.
And how do you think about crypto in the middle of all that?
We made an investment of just over $500 million into Bitcoin, and
Order filled.
I look at it as a hedge against inflation and global money printing, and we'll see what happens. So.
But how much
Order
should people who are
submitted.
investing in GameStop think of you as some kind of like portfolio
Order
of
submitted.
assets and maybe even like a mini micro strategy or something?
No, I mean, we have our own unique strategy, and we have a very strong balance sheet, over $9 billion of cash and marketable securities, and we will deploy that capital responsibly as I would my own capital.
Order
and,
filled.
Order filled.
Only look for opportunities
filled.
Order
where
filled.
Order filled.
the downside is limited and there's a lot of upside. So we'll be opportunistic when we see those opportunities.
Order
I'm curious what you
submitted.
think of your shareholder base these days, again, because I think so many people think about the shareholders during what was this GameStop frenzy, and just your ability to take to X or social media and get people, as I said, excited about what you're doing and how you think about that.
Order submitted.
It's very
What do you mean?
unusual. Well, it's just unusual. I mean, you and maybe Elon Musk, and I don't know if I should put you in the same category, but have sort of a very special ability to have this sort of fan following that's sort of very unusual. You can post an emoji of something and people go crazy.
Order submitted.
We have
Order filled.
a
Order filled.
loyal shareholder base, clearly.
Order filled.
I don't think there's many situations of public companies where the CEO receives absolutely no compensation and is, I mean, you can never be completely aligned with common shareholders because everyone has a different cost basis and has a different time horizon, but I don't get compensated. I've invested my own personal capital. I don't have any perverse incentives, and the goal is to maximize shareholder value. So, you see these public companies where You've got executives.
Order filled. Order filled.
They're collecting tens
Order
of millions
filled.
of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars in risk-free
Order
compensation.
filled.
Order
Order filled.
And frankly, it's despicable. And so that's not the way that I run GameStop.
Order filled. Order
I
filled.
actually have a broader question about investors, since I think you have an unusual relationship with them. We've been talking on the broadcast
Order
for the past
filled.
couple weeks about this push
Order
towards
filled.
folks who are tokenizing effectively private companies, shares in private companies, to what might be described as unaccredited investors,
Order
so people
filled.
who have less than $1 million. There's a big
Order
argument
filled.
being made that we need to democratize investing, that the real opportunities are in private investments, and that these sort of derivative instruments are a great opportunity. There's other people who say this is crazy, and we have regulations for a reason, and for some
Order
reason they're
submitted.
not being applied or at least listened to in this context. What do you think about all of that?
Order submitted.
I don't have much of an opinion on it.
Order submitted.
I haven't looked into it, so
The reason
I have
I ask
nothing
is
intelligent to say on the topic.
okay. No, the reason I ask
Order
is more just
filled.
about
Filled.
sort of the
Order
opportunity
submitted.
set for traders today, and sort of the opportunity to make money in these unusual, I don't know if they're unusual, but different ways, and this idea of democratizing investing, which I think a lot of people
Order
look
filled.
to
filled.
what you've
Order
done
filled.
and
Order
think
filled.
that this is about democratizing opportunity.
I think that
Order submitted.
there's a lot of risk in investing, period, especially in individual securities. And I don't give out investing advice. And I've always said the best thing to do for most people is to invest in low-cost ETFs. And you can lose a lot of money investing, and you have to have the right temperament for it. So it's for the very few. But in terms of people being allowed to invest in whatever the hell they want, people should be allowed to invest whatever the hell they want, and they take on those risks. And so, I mean, that's generally my point of view, but understand that it comes with significant risk and volatility, and you got to have the right temperament and do your own diligence.
Are you still a passive investor in Apple and Netflix and I think Wells Fargo at one point?
Yeah.
And what's your take?
In Apple and in Wells Fargo.
So in terms of Apple, obviously there's been a lot of questions about Apple and AI and where they sit in terms of the stack relative to so many other players. Do you look at that as a value play at this point? Do you think it's oversold? What's your take?
I think it's the strongest brand in the world. You look around you, everyone is glued to their iPhones, and people aren't switching devices. They can do a much better job in artificial intelligence. There's no question. Siri is the same thing that it was 10 or 15 years ago, and there's definitely an opportunity for them to improve in AI, but they own the ecosystem, and they've got a very strong, enviable business.
Do you think they need to be super strong in AI, or that can just be a layer from somebody else on top?
Only if they can make money.
You mean only if they can make money from the hardware part, or you're saying only if they can make money from folks who are paying them to be the layer on top?
Yeah, it's not clear who the winners in AI is going to be ultimately. You look today, ChatGPT is clearly number one, but we'll see if they can ultimately develop a real mode in AI, or ultimately once everyone's models are at the same level, how much pricing model there will be between the different languages and the different models is TBD. So I think everyone's trying to figure out long-term, how do you monetize AI? There's no question AI is incredibly disruptive, but who the long-term winners are going to be is, I don't have a point of view at this point on who's going to be able to ultimately create a durable competitive advantage in the space.
You do have a lot of money in Alibaba, so I imagine you think that they have a credible claim in the AI world?
We're supposed to be talking about GameStop. We're supposed to be talking about GameStop.
I'm just curious where you land. Well, let me ask you, in terms of trading cards, maybe it goes to crypto and trading cards. Do you think that crypto and trading cards ever go together in some kind of digital way that we don't know about?
It could. There's
in what
opportunities
way?
there.
Give me a little more.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. But, you know, there's opportunities.
Can you tell us about those opportunities in terms of just how to think about it for the investors or even the customers of GameStop right now? Like what to expect?
There's an opportunity to buy trading cards and to do so using cryptocurrency. So we'll see how much there is on the actual demand side for that kind of product, but there's definitely an opportunity to actually use crypto in the space. And the utility of crypto beyond and investing is a hedge against inflation. I think that so far that's been the biggest demand for crypto. And so the ability to actually use crypto within transactions is something that is an opportunity. And, you know, it's something that we're looking at.
Is that stable coins? Is that Ethereum? Or are you thinking people are going to actually use Bitcoin to pay for things?
I mean, we're going to look at all cryptocurrencies.
Okay. Ryan, we're going to leave it there. We appreciate it. We wish you lots of luck today with this big auction. We hope that you make a lot of money for charity. And if somebody wants the stapler and the underwear and McDonald's, you can go out and get it this morning.
Are you going to place a bet?
Well, you might have priced me out already because we're at what are we at, 250? It might be going up as we're talking. So I don't, you know, if it had been at 250, I think that would have been a steal. 249, okay. 700. But,
it's not too late. You've got about a day left.
I got a day left. I may do a GoFundMe page to see if I can maybe crowdsource some money to put together for our trip to McDonald's. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
All right, when we come back, the hottest area of real estate right now is data centers. And now developers are looking at putting them in outer space, like on the moon. We're going to tell you about this out-of-world property play next. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
At the Salvation Army, we know what comes after the aftermath. After the gale force winds retreat and the floodwaters recede. After the news coverage ends and the first responders head home. We know because we stay until the healing is complete. Give today to support relief efforts now and for years to come. With your gift, disaster doesn't mean defeat.
$600 a year. If you're 50 plus, you could save up to that much by switching 2 unlimited lines from Big Wireless to Consumer Cellular. And we've got the same reliable coverage. So why don't you pick up your phone while I take this hammer and... I can't feel my feet. See how we can cut your bill. If you're over 50, get 2 unlimited lines for $30 each. Call Consumer Cellular.
You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. Wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
Reba here, back to tell you about Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings monthly, you could find your dream home today. Well, isn't that cozy? So work with #1 and make it real with Realtor.com.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
In a Jurassic world, every Jeep vehicle is Jurassic rated.
Experience open-air freedom for all. Unsurpassed towing, no matter what it is. Or a third row to fit in all the adventure. Jeep, Jurassic World Rebirth.
Right now, with Employee Pricing Plus, purchase and get an average of $7,000 below MSRP on select 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee gas models in stock. Hurry, this great offer will become extinct July 31st.
Data centers are the hottest real estate sector right now, but they also run hot, consuming more energy than a lot of local grids can handle. So what if you put them in outer space? Diana Olick joins us right now to explain. This is for real?
This is for real. I know it sounds nuts, Becky, but this is one of the next great plays in real estate: lunar construction and development of data centers. I sat down with the global chief investment officer of Hines, a real estate firm, who is already investing in Space Coast warehousing to support all this.
There's unlimited power in space because of the sun. There's unlimited cooling with the vacuum of space. And there's unlimited real estate in terms of kind of where you could put these things. And so those types of things with the constraints here on Earth, you could see being unlocked with what space can do and provide, clean energy, in a decarbonized way to produce what we need here on Earth.
So just to be clear, you build these data centers on the moon using robotics, and then you launch them into space or deep space or whatever, or you keep them on the moon. How does the data get back here? I mean, you just beam it back?
Well, when you think about the product, it's digital and can be beamed back to Earth.
Now, one of the companies already working on this is California-based Ethos. It's using actual moon rock to create super strong concrete-like material for launching pads, roads, foundations, and of course, data centers.
We're going back to the moon to stay. We're going back to the moon to commercialize it. And the thing that is going to make us have to do that is China is doing the same thing. China is going to land astronauts on the moon by 2030.
So we're back in the race. It's not Russia, it's China.
It's China. It's all that all over again. But we're going to do it better this time because we're doing it with reusable ships and we're doing it with commercialization.
And we're not talking about decades from now. This real estate play is just waiting for the rockets to be ready. So if you want to learn more about this, you are in luck. Today, we're launching Property Play, a brand new platform specifically curated for real estate investors, from the entrepreneur to the institutional. It has a weekly newsletter, video cast. Down the road, we'll have some events. You got your QR code there. Please sign up. And how excited are you guys that I'm launching on your show?
Wow. Well, first of all, congratulations.
We're launching.
So to
See what I
speak,
did there?
Yeah. But how do you commercialize space? It just seems like it's such an expensive proposition. How do you get the materials up there? How do you build it? Like, they're not allowed to take anything when they go up on a rocket.
Well, it's already
5 pairs of underwear.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about people, then that's why you need more rockets to go up there. But look, we were out there last week, and they were launching rockets every single day. 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm busted out of my out of my hotel bed because they launched a rocket in the middle of the night. They do this every day, and they're just getting all the materials, all the warehousing, everything ready to bring it up to space to start building these construction sites with landing pads, launching pads, and actually building materials with robotics on the moon.
Oh, so it's not going to be, this is all done with robotics?
Yes,
It's not going to be people living on the moon doing
robotics,
any of this stuff?
Yeah.
That makes more sense, but it still seems like it's a long leap from where I thought we were in terms of capabilities.
And I did too, and that's why I was so interested in why they were already investing in the warehousing there right around in Titusville, around the Kennedy Space Center. And they said they believe it's happening soon, next 5 years even, that they'll start doing this.
That they'll start doing it. When do they think they'll actually have a data center that's built there?
Well, they couldn't say exactly, but I mean, I kept saying, well, are we looking at 10, 20, 30 years from now? Is this something that's a dream? And they're like, no, we are investing in this now.
When do they expect to see a payoff?
I don't know. I mean, again, it's about the rockets.
You're going to get a faster payoff if you invest in this or if you buy a 30-year bond?
Well, if you're investing in the warehousing that you know you're going to need to support all of this, then you actually have to get it, into all the materials in there. That's what they're starting with. Then you have to get the rockets. They said, look, we need better rockets to get up there. We need to have rockets that are large enough to get the materials up there that we need and put the robotics in place. Once they have those rockets ready, they can do it. And it's the private companies, as we said, SpaceX, Blue Origin, that are already doing that.
Diana, thank you, and congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing everything with this.
Thank you.
Coming up, House Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith joins us to discuss, among other things, tariffs as his committee gets ready to meet with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
This moment, story time for Sarah. It means everything to them and to all of us. At Evernorth, we make complex care journeys simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for better patient outcomes. Now, Sarah's grandma doesn't spend all day at the infusion center. She gets her treatment at home with Evernorth's specialty pharmacy, Accredo. So Sarah never misses story time. Evernorth Specialty Services, because every moment counts.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
You make it through security so fast, the agents applaud. Your travel itineraries are so well written, they're on the bestseller list. And you have access to lounges that don't officially exist. That's why you rent with National, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on the Emerald Isle. Because travel isn't a competition, except that it is. And you're winning.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Wow, I just posted my job, and ZipRecruiter is on it. It finds active, qualified candidates with the exact skills I'm looking for. I can't believe how I used to do it before. Carl, none of these candidates are qualified. Wrong skills, wrong experience. I don't know where to put this person. This guy was a cat influencer. Now, I'm getting people who are the best fit for my roles.
ZipRecruiter, rated the #1 hiring site. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com.
With more towers, and their signal reaches further than ever. So you can text and instant talk and say, "You won't believe where I am." Seriously, where am I? Hey, I got signal.
Coming up, Morgan Stanley's Chief Investment Officer and Chief U.S. Equity Strategist joins us with his latest call on the markets and the main risks from tariffs. Squawk Box returns after this.
What we're building is really, really important for the future of humanity.
Companies like Voyager don't just adapt to change, they create it.
Innovation, space, defense, national security is great, but our mission is you.
At Capital Group, we take care when crafting our active ETFs. Our portfolio managers and analysts collaborate to strike the right balance between strength, flexibility, and endurance. We believe this hands-on approach sets our active ETFs apart so they can make a difference at the core of a portfolio. Because we don't fit molds, we prefer to cast originals. Capital Group, actively different, active ETFs.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
To generate AI, you need as much power of the needs of India and as much water to cool the data centers as the drinking needs of the United States in the next 5 years.
Order filled.
If we don't find ways to produce more with much less water, there will be no AI. Good news, what we do at Ecolab is to help data centers being cooled without water. We call it direct-to-chip technology. Conversely, to produce microelectronics, turning to Ecolab help those fabs reuse and recycle water at every step of the process. So you can produce way more chips while using much less water. We are the World Water Company. We've been spending 100 years helping customers. Today with AI, that's going to be game-changing. So all we've developed, all we've produced, we can use to help them power our AI dreams in the years to come.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Welcome to Squawk Box.
Is it possible to make every part in the United States?
Where are you on Tesla?
They're telling Facebook you can't put that.
We're not in a commercial break.
Squawk Box, 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Welcome back to Squawk Box, everybody. Take a look at the futures this morning. The Dow futures are flat at this moment. S&P futures up by 30. But then check out the NASDAQ. It's indicated up by 150 points, and that comes after a new high for the NASDAQ yesterday. You can thank NVIDIA for that. We're going to talk more about that and much more. But NVIDIA was up more than 5% to an all-time high itself, and that is boosting tech across the board, and the NASDAQ in particular. Joining us right now for his take on the markets is Mike Wilson. He's Chief Investment Officer and Chief U.S. Equity Strategist for Morgan Stanley. And Mike, it's great to see you.
Morning.
Before we talk more broadly, can you just comment on NVIDIA, what that means maybe for tech companies writ large?
Yeah, I think this is back to the issue we've been dealing with is like what's going to be sanctioned, what's not going to be sanctioned. I mean, the 232, like what's going to be carved out. So this is a step in the right direction for semiconductor companies broadly, I would say. And let's not forget that they took a large write-down for those same chips.
$5.5 billion just a few months ago.
And now apparently they can sell them. So that's going to be a huge positive kick to margins, going forward. And look, one of our big themes this year as we came in was that AI CapEx was going to slow, decelerate, and then all of that troughed in April. And I think that explains a lot of the sell-off in the first quarter and a lot of the recovery. It doesn't get a lot of attention though. People are focused on tariffs, they're focused on other things that are going on. But the AI CapEx cycle has been very important for the overall market direction, first down in the first quarter and then the recovery in the second quarter. And this deal or announcement, I think, is just more fuel to that fire.
What do you think overall? I know that you believe the One Big Beautiful Bill was very positive to have that passed. And I think you are writing off a lot of the worst headlines for tariffs at this point, too.
Well, that's right. I mean, I think we had a lot of bad news in the first quarter. Once again, there were many headwinds to growth. Some of those were policy-driven, some of those were not policy-driven, and they all seemed to sort of bottom in the April period. So the market has moved on from tariffs as the worst is behind us. It doesn't mean that we don't still have bad news or issues in front of us, but it's moving beyond that. And the Big Beautiful Bill did sort of wrap up a lot of the things that are now going to lead to positive things for earnings growth, both in the second half of this year and into next year. So as we said at the beginning of the year, President Trump came in, he's like a new CEO. They kitchen sink things, right? They did all the growth negative things first. And I think the Big Beautiful Bill is part of that positive transition now to really earnings growth more so than economic growth. And I think the market understands this. This is why people are very confused about why is the market up? Why is the market up? Well, earnings revision breadth has turned straight up. And we've been talking about this for 3 months. And the Big Beautiful Bill only supports that view further.
Earnings, we're just starting to hear the first of the banks reporting now. I think earnings growth of 3 or 4% is anticipated overall. You think it's going to be better than that or not?
Yeah, I mean, these companies manage these earnings. So I'm very confident they'll beat by 4 or 5% as typical. And here's the key for earnings. I think the first 2 quarters, we didn't see the impact of tariffs because companies sort of pre-bought a lot of goods. And so we're not seeing the flow through to the cost of goods sold. If there's going to be an earnings risk story, it's probably in the third quarter, but it's back end load. Financials don't have impact from tariffs, right? It's going to be in the consumer goods space. And those companies tend to report in the back half of the earnings season. So I think August is going to be the period where we could have some sort of corrective activity around the earnings. But that's a pause. Because my view is that earnings are going to reaccelerate in the fourth quarter and into 2026.
Mike, President Trump is... he does things that are unexpected. Some people think that's a benefit. with our enemies not knowing what the heck he might do at any time. But one thing that seems consistent is if Jensen Huang goes to him and says, look, NVIDIA is going to be severely hurt if we can't do that. Or if Tim Cook goes to him and says, look, if we can't build our iPhones right now in the United States without them costing, he seems to be, you can talk to him, and if it's about business and about companies succeeding, even with tariffs, I think if the big three come and say, look, you're doing this, you got to carve this out for us if we're getting seats from Canada. He seems to err on the side of trying to help businesses. Can we count on that? That would be nice if we could count on that.
Well, I think we've learned that over 2 terms now, right? I mean, then the market is onto this idea that, yeah, it's a negotiating strategy to go way over here, and then there'll be carve-outs, right? And things like rare earth metals, right? It's another one, and the magnets. I mean, that's another one where they're making concessions.
No one really wanted to deprive everyone.
Well, so then the question is, from when it comes to tariffs, what do you think we ultimately get or not?
Less.
And by the way, though, if we all know this, don't our trading partners know this too?
And then they don't negotiate.
They do, but
don't they look and go, this, right?
Yeah, but that's why I think the market is saying we're going to settle somewhere in the middle. So my view personally has been for a while that this is going to end up looking like a 10% consumption tax, sort of like a VAT. And the idea there is that it'll be shared between exporters, importers, and consumers kind of equally. We can live with that. And that's where I think the market has settled on. Could I be wrong about that conclusion? Sure. Could there be situations where it's a little bit worse, perhaps maybe with Vietnam or some of these other countries, maybe even China? But at the end of the day, if we can collect 10% tax on all imports, that's $400 billion a year. I mean, that's real revenue. Right? I think that's the goal here, it's a revenue generator. Okay, we can live with this. It's a shared tax across those 3 constituents, and businesses will figure it out. And I think that's why the market it's not complacent. It's just that's where it's settling.
It is regressive, though, and that's what Democrats keep pushing back on, the idea that people who spend more of their income on consumption are going to get
we can debate the effectiveness in terms of like who it hurts and who it impacts. But it is sort of an elegant solution, right? You kind of did this through executive order. You didn't have to legislate it. You can call it a tariff, not a tax. You allow them to cut taxes on things that allow companies to allocate the capital. This gets back to what we talked about earlier in the year. You're shifting from a publicly driven allocation of capital to a privately driven allocation of capital. That's why the big beautiful bill is important, because you're getting deductions now for capital spending and basically bonus depreciation on R&D. So you're trying to incent capital spending, which has been somewhat anemic for the last 3 or 4 years as the public economy has just grown too big.
Do you have a target for the end of the year?
6,500 has been our target, pretty much long-standing. We have a bull case of 7,400. And I got to be honest, I'm leaning, not for this year, but over the next 12 months.
Oh, 12 months.
And I would argue that I'm leaning now more towards the bull case over 12 months. Once again, I think the time for corrective activity will be sometime in the 3rd quarter. But we're talking about 5–10%. We're not talking about the kind of correction we saw earlier this year.
You'd definitely be a buyer if you're down 5%.
100%.
You'd be a buyer without the dip, it sounds like.
Yeah, because, I mean, the earnings revisions, right? We came in at the beginning of this year, we were talking about this earnings revision breadth was terrible, but everybody's too excited about, the new presidency, and, we'd gotten through the election without any kind of catastrophic, non-event. And so we got too excited. Now, revision breadth is going straight through the roof. So pullbacks are going to be bought. The one, I guess there's a couple risks that could derail us. One is still the bond market, right? We lose control of the back end. Seems like we have control. The second one would be like a true economic slowdown where you have a recession. I'm toying with the idea after the Supreme Court ruling last week, which I think is very important, that this could be the return of Doge, right? In the sense that you could actually end up getting these layoffs done, which means what? That means a recession in government. Now, that may be taken negatively at first, but what does that really lead to? Then it leads to Fed cuts and actually liberates the private economy. That's a really bullish outcome. I don't know if they're going to be able to execute on that, but I think that would be something that would be well received by equity markets over 3 to 6 months.
You just described a couple of things that are in the we would take them as headwinds. Tariffs, we would take as headwinds. You almost called them neutral, even almost positive. And you just did the same with Doge. Instead of just, at best, we can go up in spite of it. You're saying that almost as a tailwind rather than a headwind.
It is for markets. It is for markets. Now remember, all these decisions, as Becky was saying, have negative impacts on certain parts of the economy. Okay, yeah. But overall, if I'm trying to predict the markets. Yeah. Okay, and what I'm seeing is these are, going back to your point earlier, Joe, that these are, pro business, pro earnings, even if there may be adjusting the economy in a way that is different than what it's been for the last 5 or 10 years.
Incredible.
Hey, Mike, thanks for coming in today.
My pleasure.
Mike Wilson.
Okay. We got a lot more still to come on Squawk Box. Senator Dave McCormick is going to join us this morning live from the first annual Energy and Innovation Summit in Pittsburgh. President Trump expected to be there along with CEOs from leading energy and AI companies. That interview coming up at 8:20 Eastern Time this morning. And yes, we've got Ken Langone coming up very shortly, too. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box returns after this.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making it up!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made these $15 bills. You know, it's green, Mint saves you money, maybe my face is on it, maybe the back of my head as well. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial here, and now I have a lot of counterfeit money to burn.
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for Advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform, with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Dishwasher leaves my dishes incredibly dry.
You hear that moisture? I'm here to dish out vengeance on dirty dishes.
The more you bosh, the more you feel like a...
Bosh!
Oh, what if the damage is expensive?
Paul? Hey, Carfox. Are you hiding from used car shopping?
No. Yes.
Okay, just because nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident doesn't mean you have to overpay.
Really?
Take my word for it. It doesn't have to be scary.
Okay, show me, Carfox.
Knowing how a car's accident history impacts price means you don't have to overpay.
Cool. Wait, how did you get in here exactly?
No fear, just Fox. Say show me at Carfax.com.
Seriously, how did you get in here? Action.
Applebee's 2 for $25.
Zoom in.
Get 1 appetizer and 2 entrees like the new chicken parmesan fettuccine.
Choose 1 appetizer and 2 entrees. Applebee's iconic 2 for $25.
Sorry, were we...
Tariffs, taxes, and a big change in Washington on NVIDIA's chip sales to China. House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith with the first reaction from Congress. Next on Squawk Box. We're back in 2 minutes.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Elevate your game this season at Dick's. Score the latest gear from the best brands for football, soccer, volleyball, and more. Plus, choose from thousands of cleats from Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and other top brands. Shop in-store or Dicks.com to make it your best season yet.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing Phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses,
Order
I had
canceled.
no idea what I was doing. But
Order
GoDaddy Aero
canceled.
does, using AI
Order
to build a
canceled.
logo, website, and social content. So I can let the
Order
world know.
canceled.
See, goggles ain't Goggins.
Order
They don't
canceled.
belong on your noggins.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go
Order
beyond
canceled.
the headlines, a trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Want to win $500?
Yes.
The PXG Driver Challenge is back. Test your driver against PXG Black Ops. If you win a distance and dispersion, you take home $500. Book now at PXG.com. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Seabits, your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in marble.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market. Our data shows that this deal works.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBIZ, insights that impact.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Our next guest will weigh in on the latest with U.S. tariffs, the budget bill, and more. Joining us now, House Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith. Mr. Chairman, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us, as always.
Always good to be with you, Joe.
We also said we'd talk about the latest from NVIDIA in the White House and the recent meeting, I guess, with Jensen Huang. I want to start, though, Mr. Chairman. We just had Mike Wilson on, pretty well thought of strategist from Morgan Stanley. Each sort of worrisome economic policy headwind that we've been told about that we went over with him, he either arrived at it being either neutral or an actual positive. That President Trump, when the rubber meets the road, it seems like he'll come down on American businesses' side. With NVIDIA, there are concerns about China, security concerns, everything else. But when push comes to shove, he wants those chips to be able to be sold around the world and do well. Is it the same with tariffs, do you think? When it's all said and done, will you see something in the middle that's not as big a negative as the critics would have you believe?
Yeah, I would have to agree with a lot of the things that Michael said just before I came on, but the trade aspect within this administration's economic pillars is just one of the 3 parts of the leg. The other was the certainty within the tax code. We did that, making certainty with international law tax, with expensing, with rates. Deregulation is another component, but when you look at the trade items, if the administration had not been as aggressive as what they have been, you wouldn't have seen 70+ different countries come to the table. We're at the very early stages of some very good agreements that will be coming out that will benefit American manufacturers and also American farmers.
Do you expect to hear something from Jamieson Greer and the Commerce Secretary
Joe,
about this? Look, are you frustrated that we haven't heard anything yet, or is this it's? Who used to say that? George Bush. It's hard. It's hard. I mean, are these trade negotiations? It's hard. Is that what it is?
Joe, I'm not frustrated at all. I talked to Jamieson Greer. I woke up with a text message from Howard Lutnick this morning. I'm completely engaged. I know how the negotiations are going. I talk to the president quite often, and he talks more trade than he does tax. This is a huge focus. We have several opportunities right before us that are just moments away.
Do you think that onshoring, which is one of the goals of the tariffs, is that just going to happen on the margin, or will it be a sea change? Because I could see us with the Mike, you just heard, you said you were watching Mike Wilson, kind of like a 10% that tax, doesn't completely shake up the whole world order in trade flows and everything else, but we just end up raising, a couple of $100 billion a year. Do you really think some of the other goals are achievable? For example, bringing everything back and having it made in America.
Joe, it depends on the product. Everything will not come back to America, but what the administration has been very focused on is making sure that our nation is secured when it comes to energy, to critical minerals, to food, to healthcare and pharmaceuticals. These are things that it's very, very important that we can produce those products and not be reliant on countries that are not necessarily our friends. If we cannot produce those, we need to make sure that we are promoting and benefiting our allies and friends to produce those goods. We can't produce everything, but we can produce a lot.
So we end up, at this point, decelerating from the day Liberty, what do we call Liberty Day back in April? It's been kind of a deceleration. Since then, you don't expect a re-acceleration on these issues, on tariffs, on the market's reaction to tariffs, et cetera. We're in a cooling off phase where we arrive at a lot of deals, and we'll put is that what the market's seeing, Mr. Chairman?
Well, Joe, I was seeing a lot of overreacting after Liberation Day, and I couldn't understand it by looking at it. And what we've seen now, we have the highest stock market that we've seen in a while. We've also seen the lowest inflation. They said these tariffs would create inflation. A lot of people's not talking about the month of June. The month of June, Joe, we had a $26 billion surplus. That is the first time in a month that we have had a surplus in revenues towards expenses of federal government since June of 2016. That's 9 years ago. And one of the main issues of that was the income coming in from tariffs.
I guess the one last thing I'd ask you, and it continues, I don't know what the public opinion of the OBBB is at this point, but polls were underwater, and you've got, it's at Casablanca. I can round up all the usual suspects that are now worried about debt, but they're talking about just it's a budget buster that's going to add to the deficit and to the tune of, or add to the debt for $3 trillion over 10 years. How do you answer that?
You know, we've had a lot of naysayers throughout the whole process. They didn't ever think we could get this bill passed out of Congress and signed. We ultimately did. What I will say is the projections saying that this will add to the deficit are simply untrue, and time will tell. The growth rates coming from this bill, much like Michael was talking about how it will help earnings, the growth rates that will happen from this bill will exceed the 50-year average. The 50-year average is 2.7%. If we exceed that in this bill, we will be, in fact, cutting the deficit by more than $500 billion from having lower tax rates that actually incentivize pro-growth policies. And that's what we're doing here. We've provided certainty now in the tax code for international tax, for small businesses, for working families, and you're going to see the economy take off on jet fuel.
All right, Mr. Chairman, should be interesting. Then we got CPI coming out, too, but it should be an interesting meeting with the Commerce Secretary and the U.S. Trade Rep. But thanks for your time. See you.
Thank you.
Meantime, Citigroup results just coming out right now. Leslie Picker's got those numbers. Want to get straight to her.
Hey, Andrew. Yeah, shares slightly higher after Citigroup reporting net income jumping 25% year over year in the second quarter, thanks to another banner quarter in trading. The firm beat on the top and bottom lines, with each of its 5 divisions posting at least 4 consecutive quarters of positive operating leverage. Markets, which houses its trading desk, saw its best 2Q in 5 years, with revenue up 16% to nearly $6 billion. Investment banking and corporate lending were up 18% to almost $2 billion. Revenue and services, wealth, and personal banking were records for 2Q. Net interest income, the profitability metric for loan making, was up 12% to $15 billion, beating estimates by more than $1 billion. Credit costs were up 16% thanks to a net build for credit losses and $2 billion in net credit losses, primarily in U.S. cards. Citi reported reported return on tangible common equity of 8.7%. CEO Jane Fraser reiterating in the release that, quote, next year's 10 to 11% ROTCE target is a waypoint, not a destination. She says the firm's transformation will drive returns above that level. And guys, we're starting to see more details about how the industry is using AI. For example, Citi's saying in its presentation that its Gen AI developer tool has completed 740,000 automated code reviews, saving 100,000 hours of work. We'll be sitting down with CFO Mark Mason in Power Lunch today, guys, and we can definitely ask about that as well as obviously today's results. Back to you.
Leslie Picker, thank you for that.
You're keeping it short.
All right, we have a big special guest on set with us for an extended conversation this morning. We are very happy that Ken Langone is here. Of course, he's the Home Depot co-founder. He's currently chairman and president of Invamed Associates. And Ken, it's been far too long. We have missed you. We've been looking forward to what you have to say this morning.
I thought you were doing what they do with the Indians, taking them out to a tree and say, die there. And
No, we've missed you. And we've been working a long time to try and get a date worked out.
I know.
You see, we're all here.
I know, you're survivors. I'm
no,
impressed.
Andrew's here today.
And you haven't killed each other yet.
Yeah, sometimes Andrew would not be here when you just by coincidence.
And I think there's hope for Andrew.
I've noticed that too.
I had a nice chat with him last week.
Yeah.
And I honest to God think he's moving to see the light. He's all this
look at the alternative. Look at what the other side has become. I mean, come on. I mean,
he's naive, but he's not dumb. He sees what reality is. Okay?
Naive, not dumb. I'm gonna put that on my.
Take it.
Take it in a
my tombstone. Naive, but not dumb.
Boy, you're certainly not dumb.
I still want on my epitaph.
I wish I had your brain matter.
Really long.
That's really Warren, right?
Really old age. Yeah, that's what Warren always says. Kim, why don't we just talk about how you're feeling right now, what you see in the economy, what you see happening in the markets, what you think about the country, because it's been so long since we've gotten to check in with you.
If I told you how bullish I was, you wouldn't believe it. I have never been more excited about the future of America than I am right now, right this moment, for a lot of reasons. Number one, like it or not, this guy's getting things done.
This guy meaning President Donald Trump?
Trump. He's a little pissed off at me because I had the audacity to say that on television about a few months ago that I was worried about it. If he won, that he'd engage in retribution. I'm happy to say I'm comfortable he's not doing that. He's acting presidential. I'm impressed with the people he's got around him. I had a nice chat with Kevin Walsh last week, and part of my positivity comes from my discussion with him. And you might have heard him on television. I think the American people are waking up. I think the world is a mess, but I think it's coming more to our direction than it was. I think that strike in Iran had significant symbolic meaning for the world, that America's here, and when our interests are at risk, we're going to do something about it. On the other hand, I'm terribly, terribly disturbed with the anti-Semitism that's going on in America, particularly among young people. That scares me. And I'm vocal about it. I'm very vocal about it because so much of my life has evolved around Jews, all to the good. Doctors, friends, business partners, you name it. And I don't understand the Jews sometimes, though. 30% of the Jewish vote voted for this guy last week in New York.
Mamdani.
After what he said? I mean, give me a break. I'm telling you, I got hope for this kid. This kid, we're gonna have him in a tent pretty soon. What else? I think that this big, better bill, what the hell I call it?
One big, beautiful bill.
Right. I was worried about inflation, and I was worried about the deficit. I think there's a lot of merit to the notion that it's going to trigger such significant economic growth that we might see tax revenues going up through the profitability factor. And the other last thing is you can't keep America down. Don't forget that. We're the greatest country on earth, and will always will be, and you just can't keep us down. And I'm looking forward to my 90th birthday in a couple of months.
Happy almost birthday.
Thank you, and I'm excited about it. I just wish I could figure a way out to live 90 more years because I think the best is yet to come. What more can I say?
You're like, in my view, you're like a walking George Bailey. If there was no Ken Langone in the world, it'd be a different place.
Oh yeah, hell, God, come on.
In a good way.
I'm an accident. I'm an accident.
Langone Medical Center. I can't turn on TV without hearing Langone.
Let me tell you,
look what you've done in your life, Ken.
If there's anything that's given me more satisfaction, other than my family and my wife, it's the medical center. I mean, what that place, that place is crushing it like you can't believe. This guy that we had the wisdom to pick to lead us, Bob Grossman.
Right.
He's fabulous. And look at where we stand. Yeah, I mean, the thing I really love the most is when people from other medical institutions call us and say, can we come to New York and sit with you? We'd like to know how you guys did it. We were on our ass. Don't forget, when I took this job 26 years ago, we were...
As the chairman.
As chairman. We were 68th or 69th. #1 now.
I think you've poured, maybe I'm wrong, I think about $400 million of your own money into the place. Not to mention the fundraising. Oh, so it's even more than that.
Yeah.
Not to mention the fundraising that you've done to bring in additional money. What is it besides the money that has to be done to...
People. It's always the people. Why is Home Depot doing such a great job? The people. Why does Jamie have a fabulous company? Every place you touch, J.P. Morgan, great people. By the way, I own a lot of stock, so if I say nice things, I got an axe to grind, all right? Full disclosure, right? There's a spirit in the place that won't quit. They believe they can do things and get things done, and that's the first thing you want to do with people, is encourage them to believe they can do so much more than they realize they can do. And that place, and I mean, I brag about it for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is it's all true.
Well, I have to say, you're one of the founders of Home Depot, and it's one of the few companies that has been founded and in your lifetime turned into a Dow component.
I know.
Which is pretty remarkable.
That's 30 years ago we went into the Dow. We went into the Dow in 1990. I mean, it's a hell of a feat. Look, I had great Paul Arthur and Bernie who were fabulous. I mean, here's an example when I talk about anti-Semitism. Take these two guys out of my life. I have a totally different life, not better. But anyway, back to the medical center, we're hitting on all cylinders. It's unbelievable. And by the way, we're making money. We're making good money. People will scratch their heads when they see our margins.
What are your margins? Because typically hospitals...
About 6 or 7%.
1 to 2%
no,
is a typical hospital.
Let me tell you something. We're hitting on all cylinders. We start our nurses, you ready, at $130,000 a year. Wow. Yes, we want the best, and we're willing to pay for the best, and we're getting the best. It's like Home Depot, what we do with our people and that. I mean, it's always about the people.
Let me ask you just where you see the American consumer right now, where you see the housing market, because Mark Zandi put out a note yesterday that said he thinks that there should be red flares on the housing market right now if interest rates don't come down. He's worried it's going to bring down home sales, home building, and even home prices as a result. What do you think? Because that's an important part of Home Depot's business.
I was a firm believer a while ago that we needed higher rates. I don't think we need higher rates.
We needed it a while ago to combat inflation, but you're not worried about it at this point.
Inflation, what, 2.1? Is that the latest number? I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about inflation now. I think we've got to, in fact, the article in the Journal yesterday had the recession fears are
from the
abating.
Economists.
Right.
Yeah.
From the economists.
We need to worry. They're getting more. Yeah, they're getting happier. That's bad.
I think there is an argument that can be made for lower rates. I listened to Kevin Walsh the other day, and he makes good sense. So I do believe if you lower rates, this is going to be one more leg to this prosperity. Housing starts will go through the roof. People will buy homes again. One of the things I've been focusing on is I've been buying real estate in Florida. I love Florida. I don't want to live there permanently, but I love it. Everything works in Florida.
You've lived there 6 months in a day?
No, I don't play that game. I'm staying. Let me tell you why I'm not playing that game. My mom and dad were working people. My father was a plumber. My mother worked in a school cafeteria. If they were alive, they could not afford the option of moving to Florida. What happens to all my mothers and fathers, the people like them, if everybody like me picks up and moves south? What are we leaving them? What are they going to do? And I pay a lot of taxes, thank God, because if you're paying it, you're making it.
Right.
Right. They haven't figured a way out how to tax losses. They'll get around to that, but they haven't done it yet.
Yeah, they will.
But I just think it's like one more charity. That's how I view it.
New York could make it almost impossible to want to stay in.
New York's going to come. Mark my word.
Well, I know. You think we'll talk more about? We'll talk about Cuomo and Mamdani.
Oh, whatever you want to talk about.
But
Open season. Talk about whatever you want. I'll get my ass in trouble.
Because you must have been horrified at the beginning of all this, and now you're. It just
initially, my concern was, I don't like tariffs.
That's what I mean.
I like free trade.
Right.
However, I think, damn it, give Trump credit. His instincts are good. Some of these things need to be fixed. Take Germany. Take Japan. God bless America. 80 years ago, when the war was over, we made our mind up. We're not going to be the conquering hero. We're going to go in and help these countries rebuild themselves. And we did. To our credit, we did. Japanese, Japan, look at what happened. They're on their feet now. There aren't many American cars sold in Germany, but whatever's sold in Germany, there's a 10% tariff. Every other car in America is a Mercedes. I got a Mercedes, I got an Audi. I can name you all the cars we drive. Most of them are foreign. Now, they sell a hell of a lot more cars here than we do. That's wrong.
Good morning. We got 16 minutes. Let's go.
Middle East, with these deals he's making, $3 trillion, these are real numbers. Look, let me tell you right now, I'm sold on Trump. In fact, I'll say this.
Who's gonna YOLO? It's me. Click really fast.
What I'm seeing happening is absolutely nothing of a great thing. People are walking with more bounce in there. It's all around.
I gave you quite a bit of grief.
Huh?
I gave you grief.
Give me grief.
I gave you
PS went short.
You're still complaining about Trump and the binary choice. It's like, are you kidding me?
I have 12 evals. I have 2 Apex, 2 Tradeify, 4 ETF, and then 4 Bonox. 50-50, hopefully it'll pass.
Would have done what you did. One of the pilots said that. Yeah. And you know what? He's probably right.
Ken Langone is going to be with us for the hour. We have much more to come with him. Ken, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, President Trump will be in Pennsylvania today, along with CEOs of energy and AI companies for a special summit. Pennsylvania Republican Senator David McCormick will be joining us. And here are the futures ahead of the inflation data, which will
10-minute, boys. 10 minutes.
Market reaction swap drops. Be right back.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
You want a Medicare Advantage plan. Carry this card, and you get the power to unlock benefits beyond Original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of Original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical expenses. That's more than you get with Original Medicare. And Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums. So call now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
All goggles glasses are great gifts for all gods and gals. Which are America's top states for business? Get all the data and complete state-by-state analysis. See how your state measures up. America's top states for business. Now on topstates.cnbc.com.
So with all these Hilton Honors points, I could stay for free. Mm-hmm.
9 minutes. Let's go. Looks like it's gonna dump.
How long has that been? There's no blackout dates. Hilton Honors, baby. There's no way the Conrad tour was included.
When you want points that can take you anywhere,
Hilton Honors, babe.
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Welcome back to Squawk. Apple announcing a $500 million investment in rare earth mine operator MP Materials. Shares of MP rising sharply on the back of that news. The commitment is going to help Apple localize its mineral supply chain. The tech giant will buy rare earth magnets made at MP Materials plant in Fort Worth, Texas.
And we're watching shares of CoreWeave this morning. CoreWeave announcing
Dang, it's already dropping.
$6 billion in a new AI data center in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The company said that the project is expected to create about 600 jobs during construction, with 70 full-time roles as of the launch.
And Google announcing plans to invest more than $25 billion in AI infrastructure across several eastern and Midwestern states in the next 2 years. It's also pledging about $3 billion to help modernize 2 hydropower facilities in Pennsylvania, also launching an AI training effort for workers and small businesses. Alphabet President and CIO Ruth Porat will be attending today's Energy and Innovation Summit in Pittsburgh.
Which is a nice segue to this, because this morning President Trump, members of his cabinet, CEOs of energy and AI companies, they're all gathering in one place, Pittsburgh, for the first annual Energy and Innovation Summit. Joining us right now, first on CNBC, is Senator Dave McCormick. Senator, good morning to you. Congratulations on what looks like an incredible event. Tell us what's going on in Pittsburgh, and then I've got about 1 million questions to ask you about all that's going on in AI and energy.
Yeah, well, listen, we're so excited about this. We are really creating something unique here in Pennsylvania today. There's never been a gathering of the CEOs of energy investing and artificial intelligence coming together to talk about how we win the energy revolution and also we win the AI revolution. And that crossroads is coming through Pittsburgh.
NQ bot just went short now.
Because we have abundant energy, we have an incredible skilled workforce, we have incredible technologists, technology. We're here at Carnegie Mellon, where this is being hosted, and we've got the right leadership to move forward. So today, we've got about 60 CEOs of the biggest companies in the world. We've got commitments of more than $90 billion of investment in data centers, in energy production, in transmission, in distribution, and in investing in skilled workers and programs that help the next generation of Pennsylvanians be able to meet the demand of what's arguably the next industrial era. And that's the next industrial revolution.
Let me start, though, with energy. I do want to get to the workers piece, because I do think that there's a lot of concern about what AI ultimately might do to the workforce. So you may have a more optimistic view, I don't know, but we've heard lots of different things there. On the energy front, what kind of energy are we talking about? And to what extent do you have a concern that AI, frankly, just takes up too much energy, and how we should even think about that?
Well, we have bountiful energy in Pennsylvania, as you know. We're the #2 energy producer in the country and the 4th largest natural gas reserves in the world. And I'm someone who embraces all forms of energy. We have a huge nuclear installed base. We need to get back to building nuclear capability. We need to frack and get this natural gas out of the ground. And I support all forms of energy, although I'm very much opposed to some of the subsidies that I think created a lot of distortions in the markets. So we need to embrace all forms of energy. And certainly, we are in a race to lead in AI, and AI is incredibly energy intensive. So by some estimates, our energy demand will triple over the next 15 years. The best way to make sure consumers aren't affected by that is to ensure we have lots of supply.
Senator, speaking of AI and speaking of that race in large part is taking place with China. And the big news this morning is that NVIDIA is going to be selling its H20 chips to China. These were chips that historically, or historically,
4 minutes.
a couple months ago, had been banned by this administration, in part because there were genuine national security concerns about China in this race with us. It appears now that Jensen Huang had a meeting.
That was good.
You're going to see, and whatever took place at that meeting may have resulted in a change of heart about all of this. Has it changed your heart about whether these chips should be sold in China?
Well, listen, I had an opportunity to meet with Jensen, and I've talked to the president about this. And I used to oversee, 20 years ago, the export control area in the U.S. government. We have to do two things at the same time. We have to maintain a leadership position in the most advanced chips. We cannot be exporting the most advanced chips in the world. We need to have the talent that ensures that the United States and perhaps some of its closest allies are the beneficiaries of that. But we also participate in a global market where we need to make sure the companies that are producing them are able to get access to global markets. And if we don't do that, we're going to have a Huawei kind of situation where there's going to be an alternative. So it's a balancing act. The first generation, next generation, most advanced chips have to be in the hands of the United States, but we're also...
I mean, if CPI is good, it's going to go up more. A lot more.
Companies, U.S.-friendly companies that are in the leadership...
All right, let me get ready.
They're going to be able to need to sell the next generation, not the leaders.
I got to see the timer. There we go.
How much do you think that this is part of a chess game or chess piece in the larger tariff negotiations with China, though?
I have to click maybe 15 seconds before CPI.
Those economic relationships much more broadly than ever been in the past. It's not just trade, it's non-trade barriers, it's currencies, and it's the willingness to invest in the United States. And so he addresses these economic relationships in a much more comprehensive way. And I've got a lot of faith that he's bringing the leverage to bear that the United States has in each of these circumstances. And I think we see that playing out in these trade negotiations. So I don't know what's going on behind closed doors, but I got a lot of confidence that the president's going to bring all the leverage the United States has to bear.
We were talking about TikTok earlier. How do you feel about that, given that the ban on TikTok is something that Congress voted to do and still has not been done, if you will?
Well, listen, this is...
I don't have that on here.
It keeps getting extended. My position has been we need to be very, very careful.
Tradify, okay.
Associated with it.
1 minute, guys.
It goes back to China. And I supported the legislation that was passed, and I think the president is trying to find a path on this that ensures that our national security concerns...
This guy on TV need to shut up.
I won't speak to what those negotiations look like. I don't really know, but I do believe the legislation that
it's moving fast. I gotta wait.
To be adhered to eventually, and I suspect the president will find a creative way around it.
I started by, you had mentioned workforce in the state of Pennsylvania. I'm curious what you think is going to happen to the workforce.
All right, so for 15 seconds, and then I'll start hitting it. Short and long.
He thinks that literally in the next couple of years,
Order bill. 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 Order bill.
Okay.
Order canceled.
Well, listen, I think the premise that this is
Pass, fell, I don't even know.
Order bill.
Holy shit, I don't know if I pass anything. We'll see. I'm gonna go move my thing.
It's going to change the nature harness the nature.
Alright, I gotta go test my shit now.
And so then the question is, how do you maintain a leadership position both as a country and also here in the Commonwealth?
Looks like I passed one apex, which is correct. Let me check it out. 37. Let me change the goal to move less. Okay, one go. Okay, so I did pass one apex. Okay, that's gone. Tradeify. Looks like I passed one Tradeify. Let me double check.
That supports Pennsylvania's growth. In the foreseeable future,
Yep, pass one Tradeify. Let me see. ETF. Looks like I passed two. So I gotta flip 4 more days on an ETF. Let me make sure.
Let's get straight to Rick Santelli for more on that. Rick, take it away.
Yeah, 114. Yep, looks like I passed that one. 115. 116. Okay, so I passed 2 ETF. Now let me check Bonock. Bonock is the one that's kind of weird. Bonox, I think I passed one. Okay, so Bonox, I passed 2, fell 2. So yeah, 50-50.
Now, let's go year over year. Year over year headline, this includes food and energy, it's up 2.7. That's 1/10 hotter than we were expecting. It's 3/10 hotter than our last look at 2.4. And how does it come? 2.7 will be the highest read since February. February was 2.8, January is 3.0. So even though it's less than it was at the beginning of the year,
fun.
it did warm up just a bit. And finally,
Damn, what a pump.
Food and energy, arguably, in my opinion, one of the most important numbers. It comes in at 2.9, exactly as expected, but it is 1/10 hotter than the rearview mirror, which was 2.8. 2.9, well, it would be the warmest read since February once again. You had January and February 3.3 and 3.1 respectively. So even though we have made progress from the beginning of the year when numbers were higher, we do see a little bump on the year over year. Maybe the best.
So I already have 20 funded on Apex, so I don't know. I might have 21, and then on Tradeify, I already got max 5, so I don't know what's gonna happen after that. But I'm happy. Everything's good. And the market is gonna go up more. Wow.
We see that the short rates are virtually unchanged. Long rates are moving down a little more aggressively, and that would make sense if the inflation data is less than the worst case scenario, the long end reflecting that. And of course, we want to pay very close attention to the yield curve at this point.
Yeah, that's fun. That was pretty fun.
Steepening or flattening, a lot has to do with the short maturities.
I'll be back when the market opens.
To the Fed. Obviously, we're not by market activity and most economists and analysts, so we want to watch the complexion of the curve. I would say that use 50 basis points as your guide on the difference between 10s and 2s. Becky, back to you.
So Rick, if we were to summarize, people have been waiting for tariff inflation, and it doesn't really, I don't think the jury's still out. You can't say it's here, you can't say it's not here. It's a little bit warmer, but not the worst case scenario that a lot of people were predicting by now. Is that about right?
No, that explains it. That, to me, the best way to look at this is inflation is going to ebb and flow. If we want to really isolate it in terms of what this administration's doing or Liberation Day, I would benchmark it to the beginning of the year. January and February reads being warmer gives you a lot of information that some of the policies have not been detrimental in boosting inflation. Now, they're up just a bit, but some of that could also be associated with better economic data. You know, the death of the labor market has been greatly exaggerated based on recent data, and I think that
all in all, the inflation numbers, they're pretty respectable here. I still think that the real issue, if you take a step back, is can we actually get to the 2% target? And I think that argument really is outside the administration's policies. I think we've been stuck in this kind of last mile sticky inflation for quite a while, Joe.
Rick, thank you very much. We'll see you again soon. Ken Langone is here with us. Ken, what do you think about the numbers? You know, 0.3% in line, but a little hotter than we've been to this point.
About, I don't think. Look, I think this confirms how I feel about what's going on out there. Activity is picking up. And of course, it reflects itself, obviously, in higher prices. You know, the senator talked about China. The one thing he didn't mention, which to me is as important as anything else, their disregard for our intellectual property laws. We got to fix that. We can't afford to have them cavalierly knock off things that we invent here that they then come in with a cheaper thing. Yeah, and one more thing, interesting. Everybody thinks China's got cheap labor. China employs more robots in their industrial activities, you ready, than the entire rest of the world put together. That's where they've got the edge, in my opinion, technology. But back to the intellectual property laws, we've got to figure a way out for them to understand that we can't allow them to be cavalier about what's invented where and what their rights are and what their obligations are.
So that's the one thing you'd like them to stick with, no matter what.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Look, think of the development of America as an economy over 200 years. Thank God we had the patent laws. There's so much of what's happened.
The world had no one earned anything.
That's the whole point. And
unless
now,
you were rich.
Well, now you think about all of the things that come about because creativity.
Yeah.
And it should be rewarded.
You got to be able to patent it and own it. Yeah,
well, I have an axe to grind.
Property rights.
I took on
the world. Yeah.
I took on the challenge of challenging the patent office for patents on the optically pumped and gas discharge lasers. It took us 9 years and $20 million, but we won, and it became a bonanza for us. It turned out to be a great thing. But thank God for these creative people in the world that do these things, that create these things. Their mind, their genius needs to be respected, rewarded, and protected.
Ken Langone is our guest host this morning. He'll be with us for the rest of the show. He'll be joining us again right after this break. We're going to talk New York City, the economy, and much more.
Rory McIlroy knows success takes preparation. At FM, so do we. Rory conquers the heat, the water, the wind. FM helps you conquer any storm. Rory's success demonstrates the power of resilience.
What finish for McIlroy!
FM empowers you with it, engineering resilience into your business, helping protect and ensure your purpose.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen now.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Take a look at where you see some of the big banks this morning. Among top stories today, we've got bank earnings. BlackRock reported better than expected earnings per share, but revenue did come in slightly below estimates. You can see that stock down by close to 3%. JP Morgan reporting earnings and revenue that both beat the street's expectations, and it has been both below and above its close from yesterday. Right now, it's off by about $1.20. And then you've got Wells Fargo topping estimates. That stock is down by 3.1%. Also, Anthropic says that it will release a version of its Claude AI assistant for financial analysts. The company says that the new tool will transform how financial professionals analyze markets, conduct research, and make investment decisions. Up next, Ken Langone on the New York City mayoral race and much more. Squawk Box will be right back.
We're Mizuho. Sound familiar? It should, because the Mizuho name means we never shy away from a challenge. We take on business only top-tier corporate and investment banks can do, and create bespoke solutions that work. That's how we win awards like IPO of the Year. So if you want a corporate and investment bank as a partner who still hustles like an underdog, now you know our name. Mizuho Americas. A name worth knowing.
Wow, looks like your hiring's making a lot of people happy.
ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer. It saved me so many steps in the hiring process. Look, I just pick a time, and it handles everything, from finding great candidates to setting up interviews.
So, no more back and forth?
Right. I can just choose from this list and meet with them as soon as tomorrow. Oh, wow. Another dignified portrait of me.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free. Only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Here at Mint, we love green, and I'm excited to tell you about a deal that will save you a lot of green. We're teaming up with Samsung to give you unlimited premium wireless and the new Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI for $30 a month. Your friends will be green with envy, and those little green bubbles? Not an issue anymore. So you can like the messages and do a proper group chat with any phone. Video that doesn't look like it was filmed on a brick. Turns out it actually is easy being green. The frog is a liar.
Breaking earnings news. JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
There's a time and a place for filet of fish, but breakfast is for sausage biscuits. Set your alarm.
Welcome back to Squawk. Wild scenes on the New York City subway last night as floodwater poured in. According to the MTA map, most of the lines seem to be running close to on time this morning. There were floods. I was trying to cross town last night. I don't know if you were out. It was wild.
Mm-hmm. All right, joining us now, rejoining us, he hasn't left, Ken Langone, Home Depot co-founder, currently chairman and president of Invamed Associates. The stock market will open at 9:30, but we talk about everything. So we will talk about the mayor, Mamdani, and the mayor race events. But I want to start with this. You were talking about anti-Semitism. It just made me try to figure out the genesis of how bad it's gotten. And I immediately thought about, I don't want to blame colleges. I don't want to blame Ivy League. I don't want to blame, I don't know where it goes, but some of the blame goes there.
A lot of the blame.
A lot of the blame. So you're talking about Trump being one of the great presidents. I look, and Andrew's made valid points about what the administration has done with Harvard and how sort of off the mark maybe some of the stuff is. With Columbia, and then you said you didn't see any retribution with law firms. There's a lot of things that Trump has done that has caused half the country to think he's the worst president in history, where you just said he's going to be one of the great presidents. How do we...
History will dictate that. Retrospectively, you'll make that decision.
Has he gone too far with Harvard?
Let's talk about retribution generally. The most recent famous situation is Brennan and...
Clapper.
Do you realize what they did to this man for 4 years?
No, it's...
They threw every single thing they could at him because he was an adversary. This case in New York with these 34 charges against him, and that judge...
Bragg.
The judge for that trial,
Merchant.
he was patently...
So, but two wrongs don't make a right, though, Ken.
No,
right?
I don't think calling Brennan and Comey in and saying, okay, guys, here you said, in papers that we've now released, here it said you wanted this report in, and you go to Congress and you said, I insisted they not be in.
Right.
Which is the truth.
Right. But get back to, because we're going to get to Mamdani and how we got here. So for decades, universities have hired their own sort of progressive thinkers, and I don't know whether progressive thinkers were anti-Semites all along. Where did that come from? How did? And you look at some of the protests. Where do these tens of thousands of people come from?
Understand something. I give credit to the kid or the person that says, "Look, I'm not anti-Semitic. I just don't like what the Jews are doing in Gaza."
Okay.
Now, when they say that, too many people say, aha, you're anti-Semitic. That's not so, okay? I think you may push back on this, but I think there's merit to saying enough of killing civilians in the Gaza Strip, okay? When is enough enough? Well, I think we've had enough.
No, by the way, I think that's
and you've made
it's a fair point.
Early on, you made
People can debate that point. That's
okay.
a valid issue. The conflation of the two, and then when you get to Mamdani saying, globalize the Intifada, that's when I think...
Well, that's the whole point. Look, but I think it's wrong to conclude that somebody's an anti-Semite if they say the Jews are wrong in what they're doing in Gaza. I think they're two totally unrelated things. And I give those people a lot of credit for taking their stand. I think that too much of what's happened in America on campuses has been, rather than education, but indoctrination. I'm right now, in fact, I've got a meeting this afternoon. I'm negotiating with Bucknell. I want to create an institute of free speech at Bucknell. And here's what I want to do. I'll fund it. I want to take a category, economics. I want to get a liberal and I want to get a conservative. I want them to be resident. The one will be resident in the first semester. The other will be resident in the second semester. The kids have to sign up for both courses, and they're going to hear both points of view. Now, here's where I want to pay $500,000 a semester per lector.
To get the right person.
Oh, boy.
Right.
You think of the people that will apply and say, hey, how do I get a nice apartment, a driver, secretarial help, transportation back and forth twice or three times in a semester.
Let me ask you this, because we were talking about universities and what this administration has done to try to move the needle or push things around. You're also somebody who has given an extraordinary amount of money to NYU and has done amazing things for healthcare and medical care in this city. And so I'm curious how you think about the cuts to the NIH, to
biggest mistake in the world.
Scientific education.
And to the extent you have a take on RFK, I don't know. But those are the other sides of this coin, right?
The screwing around with the NIH is a huge mistake. So much good has come out of discovery from the NIH and funding that the NIH gave out. If there was one thing that I would make sacred that can't be touched, it would be the NIH budget. Answer your question? Mm-hmm. Now, on the other hand, we all know, away from the NIH, leave it alone, there's waste all over. We got to fix it. You've heard me say this before. What the hell am I doing? My check now from the government, Elaine and me, is over $5,000 a month. We give it to charity, but the point is, what the hell am I getting a nickel for? Right. I won huge.
Right.
Take it away from me.
This is your Social Security check, you're saying?
Yeah, I called Frank Pisichiotto the day he got appointed. Frank, I got your first job for you. Stop sending me checks. I shouldn't get a check.
Testing for Social Security so that you make the program more robust.
Take the fat cats, call me whatever the hell you want. Take the fat cats out of the equation. Guys, you won big. Okay, we said you're getting your own money back. It isn't your money. It's one more tax. Sorry, America needs to fix this now for the benefit of all the people. That's how the basis on which we pass laws. So, and I'm sure if you go to Lost Tree, where I live, where there's a lot of wealthy people like me, I'm getting my own money back. It's my money with a contract they made with me when I started working. Stop it. Stop it.
Right.
It's now, and increase the retirement age by 2 years. You fix it.
Right. 20 years from now, and you still can't do that. How about you're friends with Cuomo?
I tell you why. Cuomo called me up and said he was sticking a run, and I said, Andrew, stop. I'm going to help you. In spite of the fact, I know I whipped his ass. He took over the Spitzer case. Spitzer would have gotten it instead, but Cuomo got it instead. We beat him 7-0. Yeah. Every judge, and they're all Democrat, every judge on the Court of Appeals voted in favor of Dick and me.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, so I said, Andrew, I'll tell you why I'm helping you. You want to get back in the game. You're never going to get back in the game unless you get a position where you can make things happen and show people what you can get done. I'm betting on you for one reason. You're recorded. And
Order filled.
And you're going to work
Order
like hell.
submitted.
Now, frankly, from what I hear, he didn't work very hard in the primary. He didn't campaign that much. I know a lot of people that gave a lot of money that really are.
Why do you think he didn't do that?
Because I thought his name was enough to carry him. That this kid was a joke. And hey, I'll beat this. Who the hell is this kid? This crazy kid. Free subways, free this, free that.
Doesn't mean this kid's not a joke.
And that's the whole point. Right. But he took him for granted.
Right.
Now, I think he had a wake-up call.
And do you think he has a chance now? I mean, the real question is, should Andrew Cuomo step aside to the extent that they're going to have if somebody is going to give Mondami a run for his money, and right now, by the way, neither of them seem to be, based on what Polymarket and others are suggesting.
Order submitted.
Does Adams have to step down? Does Cuomo have to step out?
Adams, to me, has the least likely chance of winning of the three of them.
Because?
Because I think we've had 4 years of him, and he's a lovely man. But he's over his head. He's a big job.
Now, he was on our show last week.
He's a lovely man, by the way. He's a gentleman.
And said that he was a little offended that Cuomo came to him and said that he should drop out of the race. He said, wait a second, I'm the sitting mayor. You already lost to Mondami. Why in the world should I drop out?
Because, believe it or not, in spite of the fact he lost to Mondami, don't forget, that primary is kind of a rigged jury. Yeah. Come on. The teachers union turns up with 100,000 votes. That's the selection of your mayor. I think that Cuomo has the best chance one-on-one of beating this guy. More importantly, I think if Cuomo wins, he's got to prove something. He's got to get some things done. He's got to be able to say, not only did I get elected, but look at what I did and fixed it.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
That can be fixed. That must be fixed.
Order submitted.
He's the right ticket. Now, he didn't do himself justice by his mindset in the primary.
Order filled.
He should have worked his ass off, and he didn't. But history is history. You can't change it.
I wonder what
and I'll tell you right now, we shouldn't call this kid a kid. He's 33 years old. Let him win and let him do the crazy stuff he's going to do. Free subway? Well, first of all, the MTA...
But you can't do half this stuff. That's the thing.
He can't do 90% of what he's saying. The MTA's got to have something to say.
Do you expect... I mean, we've seen
Order
some
filled. Order
establishment
submitted.
Democrats endorse him. Do you think they all eventually endorse? You think Kathy Hochul eventually endorses him, and Chuck Schumer, and...
Schumer's got a real problem. Schumer may be primaried himself.
Well, let me ask you a different question, though. This kid, or whatever you want to... But Mandami...
This young man.
Yeah. Mandami has tapped into something in this city for at least a certain group of people, and he's talked about the affordability problem, right? And the question is, first of all, Republicans have never done particularly well in this city to begin with, but is there a way to frame the argument around affordability, but around the solutions that I would imagine you would propose? For example, you know, not freezing rent, but probably creating a lot more supply in the city, changing the restrictions on building in this city, doing all sorts of things around affordable housing. I mean, the question is, why has Cuomo not emerged with that kind of vociferous argument?
The city is waste money. The city pisses money away. One of the things you need to do is come in and manage it. For example, this congestion pricing crap, this is nuts.
You're against congestion pricing?
Absolutely. Why? Because think of these merchants that are being hurt by the lack of traffic.
Order submitted.
Broadway ticket sales are up 12%, they say.
They're tourists. They're tourists. They're not the backbone of the economy. They're here for the summer. Look at them. They're going around with Bermuda shorts on and tank shorts. And look at that.
They may be going to work. We don't know.
God bless them. Come on to America. We love you. Spend your money here. Go to Home Depot. Bring all the power. By the way, I'll make a prediction.
What's that?
2 years from now, Home Depot will not have one single item coming out of China.
Really?
Yeah, they're down. They've very much diversified where they're getting.
Let me tell you right now, God bless Home Depot. By the way, these guys running the company now are the best. They're phenomenal. Anyway, back to the city. Just efficiency will give you benefits you can't believe.
Can I ask you another prediction?
By the way, I don't live in the city. I don't vote in the city.
Right.
I'm a impartial bystander.
In 2023, I think you predicted that Eli Lilly would be $1 trillion company.
Yeah.
It's on its way there.
Right there.
Not quite, but it's on its way.
Yeah.
GLP-1s have changed everything. You've been invested in Eli Lilly for how long?
47 years.
And what do you think about what you see in their pipeline at this point?
It scares me. There's so much there. I'm better than that. The people running the company today, Dave Ricks and Dan Skabronsky, the head of research, the people I got in this company now, look at the ads they have when they have an ad for a drug. Then they have the Lilly, a medicine company. Then they also have special ads appealing to people that want to come to work for Lilly, IT and all the technologies that are necessary. It's a money machine. Better than that, this is truly, I believe, these drugs are miracle drugs. We know they have benefits in cardiovascular issues. Just go right down the list. Sleep apnea. We all
diabetes,
know
things that they're using.
Go to Disney World
Dementia
and look at all the people, and you say, "Oh my God, look at the size of everybody's overweight." I lost 60 pounds, not with that drug.
On one of
no, all by myself. I weighed about 250 this morning. I'm 188.
Wow.
Yeah, I was chubster. I was out there pretty good. Elaine didn't fail to remind me I could lose some weight. Okay. Anyway, but New York City, there's so many ways we can run the city better than it is. You have to reach the point where you have to do it to survive. This kid won't do it. This kid's going to take the easy way out. He's going to give free this, free that. He's going to try to do it. It's going to be a mess.
And do you think that Cuomo can then counteract that in terms of convincing? How is he going to do that if you look at where the poll numbers are now?
Expose to the public, expose to the voter all the things that are wrong in the city and say these have got to be fixed. And the voter will say, you know what,
Can you give some money to Chitterelli in New Jersey? Is that impossible for governor?
Who's that?
Oh, I guess not then. He's New Jersey. I don't live here.
By the way,
I live in New Jersey. No, he's running for governor in New Jersey. He's got a strong Democratic contender.
There'll never be another New York City. Think of what we have here. We have the opera, we have the ballet, we have every sporting.
Don't you Italians all know? You don't know Jack Chittarelli?
I don't know him. I don't know him. I mean, there's a lot of Italians.
You think New Jersey is like in some wilderness or something?
Well, it's far away.
Okay. It matters over there.
No, but
look what we're coming off of in New Jersey.
Think of what Lou Rudin, God bless Lou Rudin, he was the guy that created the idea of the real estate guys paying their taxes a year early because the city was broke. He was in the World Trade Center, I have great irony, windows on the world, looking out, and he said, what am I worrying about? There'll never be another New York.
Order filled.
Right.
Never will be. Okay, all right.
Okay, we gotta go. Sam Langone, the one and only.
Okay.
Appreciate it. This was a ball.
Good being with you.
Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street begins right now.
Good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Kramer here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Faber as the morning off.
Order filled.
By the U.S. to loosen NVIDIA's chip export restrictions. Meantime,
Order
June
submitted.
CPI is mostly in line, although the year-on-year accelerates to the highest in 4 months. Our roadmap begins with the banks, JPM, Wells, Citi, BlackRock,
Order
all
submitted.
out with Q2 results. NVIDIA will open at some new highs this morning. The company resuming sales of those H20s to China just days after Jensen Huang met with the president. And then inflation picking up again, but as we said, largely in line with forecasts. Let's begin with the bank earnings this morning, kicking off earnings season. Jim, there's a lot to get to. Is JPM the best of the bunch?
Right now, yeah. Well, no, people are going to say Citi no matter what. That's just what they do. There's just a halo around Citi. I want to disagree with a lot of the action in the stocks. I think JP Morgan actually is much better, was up a couple of bucks when this started. It's just a clean number. The Wells is really important because there's some things that people don't understand. I spoke to Charlie this morning. Charlie, see you. The issue with Wells is that they are actually transitioning to a bank that's going to lend a lot more than just look for net interest income. And in order to be able to reposition themselves like that, you're going to see a drop in NII, but they haven't been able to lend the way they'd like to. They haven't been able to use the capital they would want to. Now, did he communicate this well enough? You know, Charlie just says, listen, why don't you just read it and figure it out? I mean, I like Charlie very much, but I think people are not going to do that. They're going to say, oh, net interest income down. They're not going to listen to what Charlie's really saying, which is the bank's back. We are a lending bank. We are a trading bank. We are an investment bank. And we're going to use the money. We're not going to just have the money sit there to please Wall Street. I say amen. Buy the stock.
Yep. The guide is light on NII, down 2% year on year. IB, though, up 9. And across the board on the big ones, provisions, really nothing of matter, not a concern.
Things are stronger. That the people just aren't, it's not weaker at all. I'm glad you mentioned
Order
investment bank.
filled.
This guy's in a
Order
difficult
submitted.
transition in the sense that he just got this cap lifted of what he can do. And so he's
Order
focused on
filled.
playing offense. Now, the street wants defense. The street wants you to sit there and make money on the interest
Order
rate.
submitted.
And he's saying, no, we're not going to do that. We've been waiting for the cap to end. Now we're going to charge. Now, let the stock come down if you want to. I mean, the stock's been the best performer. But one of the reasons why the best performer is Charlie's reinventing Wells into a machine. Now, I think people forget that Wells used to be the premier bank with the highest price-to-earnings multiple. It's also the Warren Buffett Bank, admittedly, and that's no longer the case. But I'm thrilled with what he's doing. It's a very large position for a travel trust, and I just can't wait to buy more.
Well, we had him on a few weeks ago when the cap got lifted, and it's clear they want to make up for the limitations on share that hobbled them for years.
Carl, I don't know why people don't see that that's happening. I think people just look at that one line, they say sell, and they should listen to what Charlie's saying, which is that we're back. We're no longer constrained. We're no longer restrained. I've been telling Charlie that he's Prometheus unbound. At the same time, I know that the stock's been great. Yeah, he Charlie, right? Yeah, Jim, that's great. It's good. It's good, Jim.
Interesting on the call from JPM.
I like him so much.
Jim, Chase, CFO, inorganic growth is on the table. Acquisitions have a high bar financially and strategically, but that's interesting.
Yes. Well, you know, what worries me about, look, you got a guy who runs JP Morgan, and, he's just a downer. What's he talking about? Independence of the Fed is critical. He wants to be a total spokesperson. Look, I think you're worried about credit spreads. They're not where they should be. No, I want a bank that lends, and JP Morgan lends, and I think that he should have just. I wish he just said things are real good.
Well, there's nothing wrong with saying the Fed should stay independent.
No, but I'm just saying that I think the stock was up. Okay, absolutely, it is great that someone's saying it. And it's probably even a challenge position these days. I'm glad Jamie's taking it. But when I look at the stock, when I'm as small as I am in terms of looking at the stock, it was doing great in the morning, and it should be doing great. How about that?
Right.
This was a great quarter. And Jamie comes in and does what he has to do to defend the institution of the Fed. He's not afraid about anybody. But the problem I felt was like, don't distract yourself. Give a speech later. Your quarter was amazing.
Order
filled.
Yeah, revenue huge beat. Card spend up 7. They raised their guide on net interest income.
I mean, it's gigantic. It's everything you want, and the stock should be up $3 or $4.
Right. Diamond, of course, did talk about the wave of deregulation that the street sort of is anticipating. Right. Take a listen to that one.
We've gone from 8,000 public companies, I'm talking about like 25 years ago, to 4,000 today. That's happened overseas. Public markets overseas have gotten smaller and smaller. Obviously, I'm not against private credit. Private credit's growing. And how do you really want to structure this? And why is it happening? Is that a good thing for America? And so it is time that they take a step back. There's been, I hear sometimes from some pundits that there's been relaxing of rules and regulations. Absolutely not. There's been nothing but increasing them for the better part of 15 years. They should take a deep breath, step back, and look at the system and answer the question, how can we make it better and stronger for the economy and all involved?
Well, I mean, Wells would not agree with that necessarily, but Wells has had the jackboot. I know this is going to be a small bank. People are going to say, well, Jim, come on. But I had Steve Steinauer last night in Big Bank.
From Huntington?
In Columbus.
Yeah.
And he said, listen, it's a better environment. Just better. They made an acquisition tax. Just listen, better environment. They want you to lend. They want you to do business. One of the things that I think people are almost reluctant to say, although Ken Langone may have given you the leeway, is that Trump has been pretty good for growth. He's very favored the things in the big beautiful bill that are about R&D credits and about all sorts of ways that you can accelerate the capital costs to make it so that you don't have to pay as much income tax. These are all really, really bullish. But the president tends not to speak about those because they're kind of opaque. But you're hearing bankers saying, look, the atmosphere is a little better, and we want to be more aggressive. We are not seeing any loan losses to speak of. See, that's why I see the banks down. I say, well, remember, they have been the hottest group. I told you Citi would be whatever she says. It's like, yeah, fine. But I just find, and by the way, BlackRock had an episodic pull out of some money.
You were wondering who wanted BlackRock down. There was a revenue miss.
Yeah, it was a revenue miss, but I do point out that when I look at the thing, and look, flows were softer than expected, driven by one big redemption. Mix of flows skews toward higher rates, which drives organic basic fee. In other words, the money they have coming in, they're making more money on. But the stock, BlackRock, had been the hottest coming into the quarter for the last 2 weeks. So it was up 25%. And so you have BlackRock, everyone expecting a big quarter, and they gave an okay quarter. Wells Fargo, everyone expecting big net interest income, and Charlie spending much more to build the bank. That's why I say JP Morgan was perfect, which is why it's upsetting to see the stock down.
Right. Well, I mean, they have had a run, Jim. We got a downgrade of AXP today.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Partly because it's up 45% since their upgrade.
And when they report, the stock always gets hit. So, look, these people, this is the hardest problem. Goldman Sachs had a downgrade yesterday. The stock was up 7. And it's like, oh, darn it. I don't want any fluff going into the quarter. Every one of these has had fluff going into the quarter. So we're all kind of, except for Citi.
We're going to hear from Larry later on this morning.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Larry's what I think he's back from Japan. Look, I think Larry is this one a very big position for my Travel Trust, and I just think you just
Order filled.
Stocks are trading as if the quarter matters. What people should be looking at is that regulation is lessening, and that the companies therefore are putting more money to work. You no longer should be looking at the net interest income. That's no longer the metric. At this point, you should be looking at loan growth and investment banking.
Order filled.
For, and the people who keep looking at NII, they're fighting the last war. We now have a good growth economy, and the companies that put money to work,
Well,
like
Jim,
Wells.
I mean, the economy's been growing at 3%.
Well,
and we've had back-to-back years of 20% stock appreciation.
No, but this net interest, I'm saying the net interest income obsession kind of bores me at this point. I look at Wells Fargo. They haven't done any investment banking in years. Suddenly they're doing investment banking. I see that they're doing a lot of lending. Well, I kind of like that. That's why I said, look, JP Morgan had everything. And so that's fine. It had good loan growth and also good NII.
One last note from Diamond. I think we have a full screen built of his comments about Fed independence. At a time, Jim, where Bessent was on Bloomberg today, said it would be confusing for the market if Powell stayed on the board. But it does sound like Bessent is happy with him finishing out his term.
Yes, it does. Ken Bessent, every time he speaks like someone from Wall Street, which he is, 30 to 40 years, and it makes you feel, well, wait a second, maybe it's not so crazy. This is the anti-crazy day. It is. It's like, hey, maybe it's not so crazy. And I mean it because, like, I'm looking at these banks. Good, JP Morgan's now up. I'm looking at JP Morgan, and I'm thinking, what do people want, for heaven's sake? What you should be looking at is the price earnings multiple. And the price earnings multiple of this machine that is JP Morgan is 15. Well, how can it be so much lower than a cereal company?
It's a good point. And by the way, cost control is really not a problem.
No.
At the big ones you mentioned, reserves, charge-offs are near the 2019 level.
Unbelievable. So you can see why Powell would be saying, look, let's wait and see. We've got great unemployment. We have very few charge-offs. Everything's really going our way. Let's not get too excited about a CPI not being as horrible as we thought it was going to be. But it's a good moment. And I think that there are a lot of people who don't want it to be a good moment. And when I listen to Ken Langone, whom I regard as one of the greatest people I've ever met, and he switches his view and he thinks that Trump might be one of the best, what I do is I temper what people may be telling me about what's going on in the same way that I temper because of what happened yesterday with Jensen Huang, what happened this weekend with Jensen Huang.
Yes, it's an important story. NVIDIA is on track to open at all-time highs. The company says it now hopes to resume selling those H20 AI chips in China soon. Comes just days after Jensen Huang met with the president and 3 months after the U.S. did institute those export restrictions. Here's what Jensen had to say. This is overnight in China.
But the U.S. government has approved for us filing licenses to start shipping H20s. Okay. And so we will start to sell H20s to the Chinese market. And I'm looking forward to shipping H20s very soon. And so I'm very happy with that very, very good news. The second news is that we're also announcing a new GPU called RTX Pro. And RTX Pro is very important because it's designed for computer graphics in digital twins and AI.
So NVIDIA's up 5. AMD is going to be working on some licensing too.
I figured they've got something too. Lisa Su's got something. But I want to just go over what happened this weekend. The president met with Jensen. Jensen I call him Da Vinci. He's a charming Da Vinci. He's really hard to resist. If you go and listen to Mad Money, when Jensen was on last, everyone was thinking he's going to get shot down. And he said, no, he has tremendous faith that this process would work. He talked to the president about the idea that the dollar is the reserve currency, and you want NVIDIA's chips to be the reserve currency. You want everyone to know that everything is built around NVIDIA, that's going to help because 50% of the engineers in the world in China, you don't want them to be the reserve currency, you want us. Apparently that's very persuasive for the president. And it should be, because what it says is, we're unbelievable. Let's take credit. It's only going to help us. Let us in and do this. The second chip is for construction. It's what you use called digital twin, where you build a model and then you build a big thing. But this is a huge win. Other than Jensen, I don't know a soul who felt that the president would change his mind on this. Not a soul. But Jensen was convinced that if he just explained why this is about American dominance, the president would believe it.
And the danger of necessity being the mother of invention if China had to find other ways.
They would, yes. And he said, look, we're going to be the, I love that reserve currency line. When they were putting that out, I was like, wow, I don't know. That's a good one. You know, because before it was kind of like, look, we don't want them to develop their own, we do it ourselves. But when he came out with this idea that America must be triumphant, I think it really resonated with the president. And, you know, he's on Fareed's show. He wasn't on Brett's Bear. And the president obviously respects Jensen. Now, maybe the president respects Jimmy Jensen, $4 trillion. Jensen, wealthy guy. I'm sure there's going to be people who are cynical and say that that's why they liked him. I think that Jensen made a case that we are the supreme leaders of the world. Let's not take it down and give the Chinese the edge. And the president really liked that, because some of the president's advisors were like, he's too close to China.
No, I mean, it's the U-turn there, the U-turn on Ukraine, which we'll talk about later. Webb Bush does, though, call this a watershed moment. OPI goes to 200. I don't think you have a problem with that.
No, I thought that Ben Reitz's next stop, $5 trillion, was actually a very cogent piece. These are big surprises. Look, these are huge surprises to anybody who's been following NVIDIA closely, because it looked like a lost cause. And Jensen, if he could get with the president and explain it, the president would understand. He got with the president. The president understood. He reversed this. They didn't get the chips that they wanted. They got powerful chips, but not the ones they wanted.
You think he has more juice than any other CEO with the White House?
Yes, absolutely.
What would it take for Tim Cook to get that kind of juice?
Well, you know, it's funny. They have the MP Materials deal
today. Big deal this morning.
Put in $500 million.
Although I think it's just one report for now, yeah?
Yes, $500 million. They confirmed it to me. This is for recycled metals. What Tim Cook has to do, and I feel bad telling Tim Cook, I mean, who am I? Sorry, Tim. But what he has to do is he has to spend that $500 billion over 4 years. He has to front load it. He has to say, listen, I'm committing $100 billion right now in Montana, and what we're going to do is we're going to have the largest, part of the cell phone ever, right here. And then, you know what the president would do? The president would say, I never want to see a Samsung phone ever. 100 billion now, right? And it's all changed, but he has to commit it.
Centrally planned economy, Jim, continues.
Look, just look at what Jensen accomplished. I mean, maybe we can run the tape of when his level of confidence is like, come on, Jensen. No, we have this.
It is a fascinating turn. We'll talk some of the inflation data that Jim mentioned as well. CPI in the wake of the president's criticism of Chair Powell and some of his comments about there being virtually no inflation. Take a look at the pre-market. Bunch of downgrades today, too. Southwest, Dash, Freeport, Amex. When we come back.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Through security so fast, the agents applaud. Your travel itineraries are so well written, they're on the bestseller list. And you have access to lounges that don't officially exist. That's why you rent with National, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on the Emerald Isle. Because travel isn't a competition, except that it is. And you're winning.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Hello. You guys ready? We got almost 10 minutes.
We never lose focus on the life you want to build. Experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are.
Market looks like it's gonna pump some more. So maybe pump at open. I don't want to take a position at open. It's gonna wait. I didn't want to stay flat this time.
If every Ford is $50,000, you know, we're not going to win as a company. Where are you on Tesla?
Humanoid robots. Elon has been talking about that market being bigger, ultimately, than the robotaxi market.
They're telling Facebook they can't put that.
We're not in a commercial break.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC.
What up, Gambit? Remind me not to touch my TPT Pro I open. I don't want to bag hold for 4 hours.
Submitted.
Fuck you. Dude, I've been up since 5 in the morning. I'm just trading like crazy.
I chose the time and it did all the work of finding.
Yeah, because I know the kids are coming and I gotta take them to the doctor and shit, so I don't have that much time to trade, so I gotta get up early.
I hired 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring
Oh,
4.
I think in the afternoon, like not noon, but 2. Well, usually that's my power hour.
CPI 3/10 was in line, but that is the second
Actually,
sprint of the
I
year.
mean, they're good. The yellow was good. Past 6, fell 6. All my fund is green. Shit, I forgot to cancel my order. Fuck.
Appliances and furnishings, they say a July cut is clearly off the table, but market doesn't mind too much.
Did you trade last night?
We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash in the opening bell in about 9 minutes.
CBIZ, your mom told you.
Oh yeah, so they approved my $60 payout, but the one that's $20, it was denied because remember last night I exit and then got negative $15. So they denied that payout. So I got it back now. So I'm up $57 on it. But I didn't think they're gonna deny it because the data hasn't updated, but I guess they do check on that. So you're right not to touch until it's approved. But it was $20, I didn't care. Yeah, yours is different. Yours like 200. Yeah, I almost blew mapped out with that pump last night. He was saying, I know you want a short. I was like, yeah, I'm already short. Yeah, I was bag holding that shit. You know me. Got out, but yeah, that was brutal. Almost blew my shit. Hey, what's up, man? Not really. 15 minutes got more upside, and then 3 minutes still got some upside. I haven't checked. Gotta cancel my short now. I'm stuck in a short, and I got 8 minutes to get out.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Yeah. You know, Ethereum's not been running. Tesla's not been running. Just Bitcoin only. Yeah, that's weird. Let's check the 3 minute. 3 minutes looks like it's near topping out, but the 15 minutes is kind of weird. Looks like it's going down. I don't know. It's hard to tell. But I should have exited my position. Ah, fuck. Made me to get. I don't know why I have to. See, when you play too many accounts one by one, you miss out which one you gotta delete. So now I'm stuck again. Yeah.
CNBC Plus market destination.
I meant to cancel them, but fuck. Oh. 212, 206, and 205. Those are the funded. TPT, yeah, my TPT I didn't touch it. I didn't mean to short it. I knew it was gonna pump. I just gotta cancel it. So you gotta wait now. All-time high. Yeah, I know. Market's stupid. Yeah. CPI was bad too. That's what I heard. I'm not sure it's true or not. Yeah, but it shouldn't pump like that.
wanted to have best practices, reference architectures. I think that
No, I forgot to cancel my short, and those short hit at 212, 206, 205.
there, Cummins is there. You just want to own Dover.
No, he's not on me.
There. You want to be there again because
You know me. I did good free market, but man, I suck at it. There we go. Got some out. You think they're gonna dump it at open? It's been pumping at open lately.
Which is part of the issue that the electric grid
Yeah.
maybe growing 5%. That's a giant issue. These are all things that make it so that anybody can get a job if they have a
Yeah, our side's it's getting overbought on the 3-minute. But on my trade session charts, the 15 and the 30 looks like it's good for the upside. I don't know how much higher we can go.
Google's got a hydro deal.
Nvidia's like what, up 5%? Nvidia. Oh, fine. ECTTD, it's up 13%. Oh, your shares? You can sell it. Just took your money. No, I think it's gonna drop later.
We'll get the opening bell. And don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk for the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Let me tell you about them fish. Too much is not enough. Don't just
Oh yeah, because it's kissing Trump's ass, that's why. That CEO's a bitch.
This is what
I need Tesla 100 so I can rebuy. Oh, we got 4 minutes. We got this. Tesla, yeah. Oh, you don't know. You don't know yet. Robotaxis start killing people. It'll drop.
Let's get the trip to the grocery store and stay.
It still does.
Popcorn? I'm good.
PS went long. Oh wow, I guess NQ went long was pretty good, but didn't have to follow. Give me a drop at open so I can just sit out. I should be done for the day. Everything's green. But you know I'm greedy as shit. I know. It just sucks. I can't go long because it's all-time high. It's my stupid ass hit one in the short. Man, last night was so scary. My TPT was gonna blow. I was telling you, don't trade after hours. You're gonna blow it. I was averaging down. I started with 2. I went up to 4. And then 2 NQ on a 50K. Yeah, it ran up 150 points though. I was short. Yeah. You know me, I don't cut. Back home till I die. Yeah, it's hard. I got out. I'm good now. I'm good. All flat, baby. Go. So I still got some more videos I should give on YouTube. I got like 4 left out of 30. You want any, Chris? I don't think you want it. It's not free activation, so it's expensive. Yeah, just you gotta focus, get that payout, baby. Next week, my funded future is gonna be lit. I'm asking for it for the tournament, but it's gonna be lit though. You'll like it. New stuff. Can't tell you, but you're gonna love it. Yeah. Yeah, eval style. Can't talk about it.
Now, we may worry about meat, which is up, and we may be concerned about gasoline or whatever, but
Alright, about to open. They're gonna pump this. I should get more QQQ puts if it I'd open. Yeah, I should. I had the money on it last time. Everything's flat. Make sure nothing's long. Okay.
Want a deflationary economy. It's
Not really going.
The number of robots they have in China.
Oh wow. Good thing I didn't short. I'm not short now. I don't get puts. Was it 22? No, I'm not getting puts.
Member of Ollie's Army really enjoy what they have. The ultimate treasure hunt. I can't believe they're coming on. It's been many, many years. Many, maybe 15 years since they came on.
I need a TPT. Almost 30 days.
Didn't do too well pre-market.
I know. You know, people are cooling on this whole idea of anyone in that business. And I come back and I'm looking at Costco, and I think Costco's such a buy. But I'm a lonely voice in the wilderness right now. How much down today? Yeah, another 2.
Yeah. And we had that downgraded Proctor a couple days ago.
That makes sense. They're caught. I mean, Proctor's caught.
Alright, the 3 minutes looks like it's curving down soon. Yeah, it's at overbought now.
You just can't let them be in charge.
Yeah, we should have shorted that fake pump. Damn.
I think that's what the
Yeah, we missed out.
The big takeaway is, all right, there's a new.
Not yet. I had a short at 21 and it didn't hit.
It doesn't matter. You have to have a strategy. It's too big.
Actually, the really interesting story regarding Amazon involves Anthropic and folding S&P financial data.
I don't want to rush it. Get stuck bag holding.
My last resort. I mean, I started with Perplexity. I go to ChatGPT. I went to Claude last night, and I felt bad for Claude.
It's coming back up.
Geez, I'm really slighting this Claude. And everybody knows I'm on these things like, you know, I'm on them ridiculous. Yes. There are people who think, Jim, back off. But I can't stop putting them through different ones. Sarah Pryor, which is only listen, Jim, if you don't use ChatGPT, I mean, the advanced version, I put through that. Perplexity, George Kurtz told me about just facts, man. Claude's my daughter's go-to. Grok is my one for when I have something involved with tech.
All right, and now there's Grok for government.
Yes, Grok for government. And then that AI is, if I ever need to know anything that would normally be in People Magazine. But boy, I got to tell you,
gonna go short soon.
They may jump the queue.
No, not yet.
Fantastic.
There's a lot of meta news yesterday regarding these. Prometheus is 16 gigs. Hyperion's another 5 gigawatts.
But here's what these companies are all doing wrong. They're appealing to the wrong people. They are not. I mean, there's a big scrum going on among all these, and all they, you know, they just don't talk about what regular people want. I mean, Zuckerberg should be saying, "Well, you want to look up something about what is important right now in the world? You come to ours." But they don't appeal to the people. They try to appeal to Wall Street. Well, come on, we don't know. I mean, we don't know anything. I mean, where is Gemini? What can Gemini do that I can't get from Perplexity? Give me the list, the bill of particulars about why I should go to Claude. Not the Claude that tied up with S&P, but maybe I need to. But if I want financials, I go there first.
Well, I mean, none of these services are making money right now.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you just need to? Don't you need to
when did we
worry
buy
about
the dip?
capital and investment?
You're absolutely right, but I will come back and say that you can walk and chew gum and stuff. Right? You've got. I mean, like,
Yeah.
if you're right now, it's like.
I should have kept my short.
It's too small for money. You could spend so much money, but it doesn't matter. Gemini, it's kind of an afterthought. They're worried about so many different things. When I see Anthropic should be out there saying right now, if you have a question that has anything to do with finance, come to us.
Size down
Because
and
in the end, it's going to be
do
big.
a short at
It's going to be big versus Google.
95.
You don't want to be big.
Order submitted.
By the way, BofA takes Meta to 775. Wells today takes Microsoft to 600. No slowdown in their AI.
No, none. And AI doing well, and people, they raised it, go for it. But here's a good example. And I know Mark Zuckerberg, not well, of course, but he said, look, this one's the size of Manhattan. Well, that's like Charlie the tuna. I don't want tuna with good taste. I want good tasting tuna. I mean, I don't care. Let it be the size of Ida. What does that mean to me? Like, how is that a selling point for people who want to use it?
There actually was some good sound from Zuckerberg yesterday. He talked about whether or not these comp numbers are actually true. Take a listen to this.
A lot of the numbers specifically have been inaccurate, but I think it discounts the other key reasons why people are super excited to come work on Meta Superintelligence Labs. And one of the biggest is that you just have more leverage as a researcher. You have more compute, right? The best researchers basically, like historically, when I was recruiting people to different parts of the company, people are like, okay, what's my scope going to be? And, here people say, I want the fewest number of people reporting to me and the most GPUs. And so having basically the most compute per researcher is definitely a strategic advantage, not just for doing the work, but for attracting the best people. And I actually think that has been underreported as one of the main reasons why people are excited to come do.
That's a fresh take.
Yes, it is.
It's not just about the money.
No, and I like the free agency argument, but he made it on the information. Okay, so how many people read the information?
You had issues with their reporting in the past.
Exactly. I like this accuracy thing. It's just a gig I've had since before. Look, I don't mean to.
You take any trade yet?
They're going to trade publication.
Damn. Let me know what you do. I want to follow you this time.
Where you just say, listen, we're signing this guy, and it's the biggest contract ever, and you better start watching the Steelers because we got it. I find that they're very good at saying we're spending a lot of money. But how about saying why? We're spending a lot of money in order to be able to beat the heck out of Anthropic. We're spending a lot of money so that you
nice.
Never because in the end, you need viewers. You need people.
I want a short, so I'm just waiting. Can't long when it's all-time high. You know me. I need plans. I'm waiting for over 200. I'm sorry, over 200. I have a short at 205. It's just gonna wait now. Might. You never know. This market is stupid. That radar screen on my charts has a 15-minute squeeze coming up to the upside. So it might pump.
Whatever information and hey, we got the biggest guns. No, I don't want to hear that I'm spending the most money. I want to know why. And the answer is I never ever want you to go to perplexity, which is small time and a bunch of jokers. But you got to play the game. It's a game.
Jim, the reaction of the banks, does it mean anything for earnings season? It's pretty muted reaction at the moment.
No, I mean, what's really happening here is we see that they were up a lot. They didn't communicate. I didn't think BlackRock communicated correctly. I told Charlie, this not.
Well, the 3 minutes it's overbought and is curving down. 15 minutes is working on the way down. I mean, 15 minutes on the way down earlier on the pump. I just couldn't tell, but now it looks like it's going to go down.
A couple of comments. One's about tariffs, which I think is sort of well-trod ground.
Yeah, 5. I'm trying to wait for the bot because I think the bot's still up long. It's going to go. No, it's not going to go through yet.
JP Morgan deposit stable coins. We're going to be
I'm
involved
trying to rush anything.
JP Morgan deposit coin and stable coins. To understand it, be good at it. We don't know exactly. I think they're real, but I don't know why you want a stable coin.
Order submitted.
But I do think you have fintech. These guys are very smart. They're trying to figure out a way to, create banking.
I got most of my L's back from Tradify yesterday, so I need 4 more hundred for my payout.
So people are framing this as the legacy banks, finally catching up to non-banks.
Long is good.
I don't know anybody in it, but we'll offer it. No, you say, look at what happened.
Yes.
Like Anthony comes on and says, we're going to be that person. We're going to be. Flight 10 comes on. I mean, I don't know how many hours of show we Yeah, one, but I think he came on 9 shows and said, listen, we're the place for stablecoin. Now we got these people come on air and we're stablecoin. We're stablecoin. Like everyone loves the stablecoin.
Yes.
And he's like lukewarm about stablecoin. I mean, come on. Come back. This is about market share and the race to have market share. And why is Coinbase at the price that it's at? Well, because they play the game. And I say play the game, they're now the place that you think, oh, I should be with Coinbase. They think it's great. And then you say, no, I'm with JP Morgan. Why? They think it's bad.
Do you want a long at 140? I don't know.
Robinhood was certifiably banked. And they've come back, and Robinhood is remarkable. And the things they offer are so great. Is it any reason why it's 87 billion? It should be 87 billion. It should be 150 billion.
Damn,
Well,
that
in your
drop.
dark days, you were pushing them to establish long-term investing strategies for people and talk about retirement and saving. Did that actually happen?
Are you winning long at 58? Oh, okay, you say don't go long. Yeah, look at that drop. Telling you, man, this thing is good. It might, okay, looks like it's working on the short soon. But the block just got away. I think if we lose 100, we might go short. No, I love the short when it's all-time high.
Being serious about younger people investing. It's remarkable. Everything he says is these days so on point. He plays the game.
Yeah. By the way, trade desk, S&P inclusion, that was up double digits pre-market.
Jeff had one change in his algo. I'm thinking about Jeff Green. He missed the quarter.
Man, Chip's getting on his daily payouts, man. Getting like $2 grand a day.
He wore the hair suit. Now, played the strong suit. He's got a really good pot.
The other good one today is strategy. MSTR, Cowan goes to 680. Jim, their Bitcoin bull case is 155K by December.
Oh, I know. And someone came to me and said, hey, Jim, if we give you a lot of money, would you be the guy who could be the figurehead for our business?
ES went short just now.
Points. I said, no, first of all, I'm under contract. I was kind of like Jamie. I'm kind of lukewarm on that. But I also have a contract that I like my job. Well, and the person came back to something interesting. What does that have to do? I said, well, there's more to life.
Yes.
Money, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can't take it with you. Maybe I'm wrong.
I know you did watch Ryan Cohen of GameStop.
He was great.
On Squawk.
Yeah.
Interesting. Kind of an awkward interview, I guess.
Yeah, I was thinking about root canal or Ryan Cohen. And I should have gone root canal. It would have been a little less painful. You know, you put the dam in your mouth.
Man, Hampton's spending money on Apex. He's just burning it.
Wow, I'll tell you, I want to be put under for Ryan Cohen.
Oh, the beast thing. Okay.
There's no give without a get. Come on and say, listen, I want to sell this thing and treat people like they
It was fine. He was there to promote a charity auction.
You have to be pleasant.
But he did actually talk about Bitcoin a little bit.
Yeah, he did.
Take a listen to that.
We made an investment of just over $500 million into Bitcoin, and I look at it as a hedge against inflation and global money printing, and we'll see what happens.
This is that new group of people like Alex Clark. They have contempt for us. Media. They think that we don't study. They think that we don't know things. They think that we are talking heads.
Well, look at the president and how he views media, legacy media.
Yeah, the president. Yeah, no, these people have a level of contempt for us that is really shocking. I feel like to tell these guys, listen, I don't know who you think you are. I don't know what you think you can do. But we have a particular set of skills that are really, if we want to be a nightmare for people like this. Because they don't have a show. When these guys give me a said, they're like, you can't say that. You can't. Listen, I'll watch your. What time's your show on? I'll put your show on. Mine's on at 6 and 9. What time's your show?
I said, you watch YouTube? They have shows.
Oh, let me out. Well, YouTube. I watch NFL. YouTube.
Speaking of which,
people like the content that they have, it's like, okay, all right, go on another damn show. I don't give. Go talk on. Go on Joe Rogan. I don't know. Go on that guy who's in Maine in his basement there, that Tucker.
Oh damn, Doc Blue. His trade aids is only 2 now.
They do expect Netflix usually raises the
So let's do this. Go on the Netflix store. Everything is what I want. There's gentility, there's respect, there's tremendous appreciation.
If you're done for the day, log off. Don't be greedy.
It makes me feel terrific. They're an American company. It does it great. Jensen Wong does it great. You don't need to be miserable and pretentious. Did your mother tell you to be that way? Is that what your mother said?
You love Palantir, despite
no, that's a joke. I mean, no, I love what they do.
Exactly.
I love what they do because I think that they're helping everything from consumer product companies to financials to trying to get the Pentagon to do the right thing. Their piece in New Yorker by Dexter Filkins about drones, and I'm thinking, well, that's Palantir.
Oh, I don't know. I don't even look at the calendar.
And the other guys at Palantir are all delightful. But it has to be hard. Look, you can be who you are. There's a guy, Charles Strickland, Somerset Maugham.
What happened? Were you long? Were you stuck in the long? Just got out? You got out green, all right? That's fine, dude.
But there's without a doubt a way to work yourself. It's just worth being that. Because you don't want to see it crowded.
It's a nice notion.
It's not worth it. Why bomb?
I know Palantir is part of your new acronym.
Yeah.
Which includes
Ham.
I believe.
No,
it's not.
Coinbase. I'm Coinbase. Michael and Trader. Oh, by the way, Trader. Totally.
They're investing.
Yeah.
They're investing.
Hit it. Yeah.
Those are terrific. I wish Blubman would come on because they are actually a cash flow machine. And by the way, the head of the audit committee there
That's Nor.
is the CEO of
Yeah.
who's terrific. Look, it's tough to be these guys. Their stocks have been such rocket ships, but Vlad Tenev has been very humble. I think it's humility that I'm talking about. And I think humility is something in America like.
Where are you long at?
It's worth looking at Jensen Wong, who is the most humble CEO in the country. And look what he just did.
Dang, huge. That was a bad spot to long.
Because China, hey, I'm so tired of speaking of China. We're holding China for everything, including the darn minerals in the old world.
That's why people think MP, Apple, for example, or just MP period, is the beginning of a change.
That is a change because the government.
2K each? Nice. Log off. You're good now. Yeah, 2K times 5. That's 10,000. Damn.
And the brilliant people and the fantastic CEO.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck your job. You don't need a job. Just keep milking them. You're doing great. Man, lucky you got out. Damn, man, look at that shit.
Hey, Price, come on, man. It's the best ever. You don't need to be sullen. Show something. Show some.
I get it. But in the locker room, there are those
He's up a lot, though.
gracious with reporters and others who aren't. It doesn't mean they're different on the field.
Very lucky.
Oh, yeah.
It's luck.
If we pump again, I'm gonna short. It looks like it just want to go down. I'll size down when I short, though.
Folks to mind their manners. It's a nice thing.
You think that Ryan?
Good shit, man. Another 10K? Fuck yeah.
No give without a give. You come on, you want to sell something, be
Yeah.
respectful to Andrew Sorkin. He has worked hard. He is a genius. He's terrific. He has built a good career. Be respectful. Period.
Take that, Ryan. Listen to that note.
Be respectful.
As we go to break, watch bonds today. We got a little jittery on the front end in advance of CPI, but then we settled. We'll get Bowman actually this hour. Barr, Collins, and Logan all the way into tonight. For now, 10-year back in the green at 4.43.
Yeah.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income. so you corporate types are rock stars. Well, that's ridiculous. As rock stars being corporate types. Workday AI agents are making you all rock stars. Sorry. Proceed. So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they? Oh, interns.
We're interns. See you tomorrow. Okay, so you got
You think they're doing it on purpose? Yeah, I don't know. They're kind of shady.
Core functions you need to get your business back. And the cost if you don't. And recovery is fast. Commvault restores the viability of your data, apps, and business in just minutes. Like it never happened. It's the fastest, most complete recovery anywhere, so you can be a continuous business. For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support.
Yeah, but the short ES. I'm just waiting on NQ to short. I don't trade ES though. Yeah, it wants to drop. It's gonna short later. I want to pump. Wait, sorry.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend. It's just like, wow, on a measurable level, I'm being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me. I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Oh, sorry. Chatting with Trade Day. They're actually gonna give me the end of day for those winners of the top 3. That's so nice of them.
Trusted global perspective. Know which way is up.
These are the UK. Oh, I thought you're from the UK. Oh, cause you always trade like late, like when everybody's sleeping.
Sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime or Easter and streaming on CNBC Plus. We mentioned some of the downgrades this morning. Here's a handful that are in the red. Southwest over at Jeffries Dash, AXP, Freeport Jim. Some of these are sort of sell-on news.
Yeah, I mean, Freeport people feel copper's running up. I think that's a mistake. Copper is multiple growth. DoorDash is the multiples too like good break. Southwest is actually not doing as well since they changed the luggage. But American Express would be down ahead of the on the quarter. This is a good opportunity for American Express not to go down. So Steve Square can actually say things that the stock won't get hit. I'm very worried about Goldman tomorrow because David Solomon is not, he's humble. That's nice, humble.
We're going to get Goldman and Morgan Stanley tomorrow.
You ever talk to Tony Shu at DoorDash? He started with nothing. He's incredible. It's
Man, the market sucks now. I'm just tempted to hit the short button, but when I know when I'm short, I'm gonna be stuck.
Losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Oh shoot, I need to touch my tick. I'm only up 266. I need 3 more hundred to get my point.
We've got a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
That's your third point? Nice. Nice. So you need 7 more, right? And you're good for payout. Hell yeah.
Watch live, any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. CNBC.com/plus.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use
Nice.
ZipRecruiter to hire.
Come on, Chris, you got this. Break the slump. Let's go.
I chose the time and did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people,
Yeah.
but
You have to get greedy all the time. Yeah.
qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free
Yeah.
at ZipRecruiter.com/try.
Today, let's paint with Bear, America's most trusted paint brand. Wait, we don't have Bear.
Do we need that?
Well, this year's a paint and prime. It just says ain't.
Yeah, Ismail. Your son blew his account yet, so I can win? Tell him to hurry up. I ain't got all day for him to blow, okay? I want my $200 back. If he beat me, let him know if he beat me. I'll give him extra 100, okay? If he beat me. So 250, it'd be 350. All PayPal. Alright. Oh, I did ask for that. I asked for the trade day people, so if he does lose, he'll get the 100K in a day instead of intraday, so it should be good for him. Yeah.
The Indonesia headline, this is just from the president. No details, but we assume it's a framework that we've been working on for.
I'm not logging nowhere. I'm scared.
This week very good for copper. In the meantime, Europe is tough. What do they want to do?
Oh, you're down a lot then. Down 12K. Oh, yeah. Weren't you top 10 on a tournament?
It's Boeing. It's aircraft.
Boeing's just going to hurt themselves because they need Boeing because they're trying to fair buses. If the FAA would allow Boeing to be able to raise the cap, we could crush it. We being our country. There again, I'm saying it. I admit that I'm an American and I'm proud and lucky. And the people who come on our air and are proud and lucky and they are surly.
Let me know if you're long. I'll follow.
I don't know. And it's probably a mistake. I mean,
The 3 minutes looks like it's going to drop some more. Still.
I just think respect is you never got hurt being respectful.
So, what's on tonight, Jim?
I've got BNY.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that guy is so good.
15 minutes looking bad. You locked out yet, Chris?
I don't think people realize how good Robin is. He used to be a goal. He's fantastic. And if you're not a member of Ali's army, don't talk to me. You're not safe. It's that good.
Good picture, good consumer picture tonight, Jim. We'll see
No, you can't. That's the point of locking out.
My dad told me, you were the most respectful person ever wrote a football game. He said, please call me Ken. He said, okay, Mr.
Jim, we'll see you at 6. Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Slightly, mixed tape. S&P's up 14, Dow's down to
Oh, you talking about Tom? He posted on Twitter, yeah.
With income products from Brighthouse Financial, you can turn
I don't think it's a big deal, but the way he did it it's complicated. Nobody's going to do that. You know what I mean?
Brighthouse Financial, built for what's ahead.
An important day is coming for every
I want a short.
be here sooner than you think. I predict this stock bull market will end with an epic crash. I believe another epic stock crash is coming for the markets based on 100 years of data. My name is Mark Chaikin. I spent 50 years on Wall Street where I helped create
Are you long Gambit?
stock rating system.
No, I'm talking to Gambit. I know you're short. You're stuck in the short. Yeah. Good. Good short. I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna wait. I can't tell. This market sucks.
I used this indicator again in 2021 to beg folks not to sell when so many were panicking. And again in March of 2022.
Apex just need to pay me.
I used the same indicator to predict a new bull market in January of 2023.
Oh, I got approved. Woohoo! I was talking about Apex and I just got approved. Yeah. Yeah, fuck you, Apex. Oh, fuck. I'm on YouTube. Oops. No, I think I need 2 more. If I get on cap, I'm gonna take out the whole 8,000 and just take my money and run. Let's go. Let me change my wording. Oh yeah, now I gotta get Trader 5 payout, and then I get the TTT payout, and I'm good for the month. And last month was bad for me. This month was actually really good. Gambit's been doing really good. Proud of you, Hope. He's good. He's a good trader. Yeah. He has a big dick. That's what Gambit's trying to say.
State by state analysis. See how your state measures up. America's top states for business. Now on topstates.ca.com.
Well, he's in the Discord and the training phone. What's his name? Al Brook or whatever? Yeah, same thing with what's that crackhead name? No, in the no, in the group. I guess you can learn a lot from that guy. He's legit. Wow, you still short, right? I want a long now. Yeah. Well, let me long some evals. Go. Quick, in and out, in and out, in and out. There we go. That 120 was a good long. I'll do it again. I'll set one at 120. He's a 90 something.
But first, we're 30 minutes into the trading session. Here are 3 big movers we're watching. NVIDIA says it will resume sales of its advanced H20 AI chip to China, following assurances from the Trump administration it will be granted licenses to do so soon. AMD also higher after reports that it plans to resume shipments to China as well. MP Materials is jumping after a $500 million investment from Apple. MP will supply rare earth magnets, and the companies will partner on a rare earth recycling facility. Stock getting a 17% boost there on that. And then Google's investing $25 billion into data centers and AI infrastructure tied to the nation's biggest electric grid. Plus, CoreWeave announcing separate plans to invest $6 billion into an AI center in Pennsylvania. CoreWeave CEO will join Closing Bell Overtime to talk about it today at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. But, Carl, let's start with the big news, which is inflation, because there's a lot of mystery with inflation these days. Are the tariffs actually leading to inflation? Looking at the overall headline number, I mean, it's 0.3%. That was pretty much in line. The year-over-year number did move up from, for instance, the month before. So we got year-over-year inflation of 2.7% in June from a year earlier. It's nothing terrifying or alarming. It's higher than May's increase of 2.4%. We're showing you here where the biggest gainers, and a lot of it was in the oil and electricity and gasoline space. We had some hot temperatures, we had rising oil prices. That was a big part of the story. And then on the flip side, used cars and trucks actually saw deflation. Got a negative number there. New vehicles were also lower, and that was somewhat of a surprise given the tariffs. But if you're looking for signs that the tariffs are leading to higher
Going down. No. I have a long at 120. I had it set, so I'm just waiting.
The higher prices being paid for the consumer.
I'm not touching my fund, just eval.
Import.
It's gonna hit.
Men's shirts and sweaters saw 4.3% increase over the month. Women's dresses saw an almost 4% increase. Appliances. Order filled.
There you go.
So there's definitely
Keep going, baby.
evidence that the tariff
And I'm out. Just quick 5 points. That's all I do. It's 120 is holding, so do it again. I'm not gonna do it on my GPT or anything.
Inflation that will become more prominent in the July to October period. The thing is that services are sort of offsetting.
Post my Apex payouts.
The net result might not be.
Get some booty.
Right. So this does very little to alter the debate. If you're inside the Fed and you're thinking, oh, well, tariffs are going to be inflationary, you have some evidence here. But if you're inside the Fed and you're Waller Bowman thinking, well, actually, they're not going to be that inflationary overall, you have some evidence because the headline numbers aren't doing that much. Because to your point, a lot of the services inflation is starting to cool off. So the question is,
for example,
how should the Fed respond to this? They're just going to wait and see. They're going to continue to wait and see because I think there's evidence that we could see a
Oh, you went long too?
more inflation numbers to come. But again,
Nice.
it's not
You should be up a lot
something
then.
that the Fed should be reacting to because it's not influencing the headline numbers yet. Let's see what PPI shows. Wholesale inflation comes out tomorrow. That's, we could start to see that.
See, I'm up $70 on my pro total for those two. Should I touch it more? Yeah, I need to wait for bed. But that point it was long. That long was really good. Yeah, you can thank me. You gonna give me some lunch money? Fuck you.
That used to be sort of the flashing indicator for the Fed.
No, Gambit owed me a lot.
It's not showing anything necessarily that they would have to
Only
respond to
30 points.
yet,
You
but
see Mugo? Freaking PA number 1 on Apex got like 6 grand payout already.
they'll probably want to feel some evidence that we're not seeing anything bigger in terms of a flare.
Yeah, crackhead.
Again, of course, there are the banks, JPM, Citi, and Wells kicking off results from the big banks today.
I think blowing those up. The reason why the Apex was good because ran it up like big time. The first one it got denied because they didn't know about the consistency. I think they were up like 12 grand. So after that, it's easy to get payouts. Just like flip 8 days.
Yeah, look, it's a day of really tough comps for Wells. I'm not really surprised by the stock reaction. Essentially, Wells Fargo lowered its net interest
Oh,
income
actually, I need to lock out
because
my
it's
day
getting a
trader.
little
I
bit
hit
more,
target on that one.
markets or trading NII as a factor.
If you lock out the leader, would it lock out the other two, the followers on Project X or no?
Which we are
Anybody
pricing
know?
out of the curve. So that's really what's happening at Wells Fargo.
No.
But then you have
Now, let me
JP Morgan
just
blowing out numbers and increasing
unlink
its net interest
these,
income guidance.
and then I'll lock them out.
Of its total revenue guidance. So Wells is just not comparing well to its
All
peers
day,
today.
lock out.
Is your framework changing to where, as we say, net interest income might be less of
Copy
a factor if we
trade,
were looking more to
eval.
IB or certainly the IPO pipeline, M&A, things like that?
Look, I think
Much
the
better.
framework is not shifting as much despite this Wells Fargo miss. I think that activity levels in the second half of the year sound like they're going to impact net interest income and investment banking and trading. So you may have seen, the beats in investment banking, and a lot of that seemed to have happened late in the quarter. But you also saw a pretty nice pickup in commercial growth, and you're seeing pretty healthy card growth still, really talking to the resilience of the consumer in terms of spend levels in the second quarter. So I think the outlook for both net interest income and the fee income side look pretty okay for the second half of the year. I think Wells Fargo is just a little bit of an anomaly, given sort of what it was expecting for the rate curve to begin the year.
So I just want to dig into that a little bit more. We'll talk to Mike Santomassimo next hour. But so it's because of expectations. That's why it was such an anomaly on net interest income.
Yeah, so I think what Wells was expecting were more cuts. And more cuts tend to benefit the trading contribution to net interest income because it's what's called a liability-sensitive business. So as soon as you take those cuts out of your expectation, it actually goes more into fee income rather than net interest income. So part of this is actually there's a little bit of EPS neutrality in terms of like the
Yeah, that's a good
geography
one.
of where trading is going to land because of rates. However, if you're just looking at these three banks and just looking at the headline results, Wells just doesn't compare well
I'm
because
checking a
it's
bot.
the only one
Not
that
yet.
took down
I need to
expectations
dump
versus
more.
JP
Yeah.
Morgan and Citi, who actually went to higher expectations or to the top end of their previous expectations.
Hey, finally, Erica, cost controls, would you describe them as net impressive across the board? And is that a function of the way in which these banks are folding in technology?
Here's some good news for the banking sector. The fact that we're not talking about expenses or focusing on expenses so much, I think really speaks to some of the
Where is he?
revenue
He hasn't said
outperformance
anything.
in this quarter and what's to come. I think to answer your question about technology, some of this deregulatory momentum could actually free up some of those related expenses and will allow banks to continue to reinvest in revenue generating businesses and continue to invest in technology. I think costs were pretty in line with expectations, but really these banks have not so far gotten a lot of questions on that because the focus is really
When do you want to short?
revenue performance for the second
I
half
don't
of
think
the
short's
year.
good now because the 3 minutes looks like it's curving back up.
And also, how to
So
deploy all
yeah, I
this
don't think we
excess
should short.
capital that's all of a sudden getting
That's just
redefined
me.
by a new
Not yet.
regulatory construct.
Fascinating, and it's just day one. There's a lot more to come tomorrow. Erica, appreciate it. Talk soon, I hope. Erica and Jerry.
Absolutely.
Here's our roadmap for you for the rest of the hour. Mario Gabelli opens his playbook. The famed investor joins us on set with his.
Come on, man. I need your son to hurry up and blow so I can get my money. Come on.
Pennsylvania today, get an interview with the energy secretary with billions of dollars in deals.
Yeah, it's just me and his son. I got him. I'm whooping his butt. What's up, crackhead?
Huge money at stake as investors look toward developing the final frontier. Big show still ahead. Down's down 159, but the S&P is
Aren't you, oh no, you're flying late. Late. That's good. That's good though. You didn't miss out on CPI. CPI was fun. Well, for me at least. Enough to pass 6 and fail 6. And those were the big evals too, so I'm happy. No, I was clicking one by one. It was stressful. Yeah. I did 13 seconds before CPI, and I did the big ones first and the small one last, so it doesn't blow.
Started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think copy trading work on YOLO. For me, it never does. It doesn't sell or take profit correctly. Yeah, but he goes one direction though. He just like either go all long or all short. But for hedging, it doesn't work. I know you guys owe me lunch. If we get over 210, I might be short. Even the 15 minutes looks good again, so I don't know.
Extra borrowing harms the economy. In the short term, we'll see a boost in growth. Unfortunately, that will not be sustainable.
Today, let's paint with Bear, America's most trusted paint brand. Wait, we don't have Bear.
Do we need that?
Well, this year's a paint and primer.
Yeah, I knew they're gonna approve. It's only 500 though, so it won't be much.
Well, with Bear, you can paint a whole room for under
I think I need 2 more to. No, I think I need 1 more to get request like past the buffer.
They're not. Don't overpay.
Okay, I should trade that today though. So I'm quick to trade. 3,
The president on
2.
Truth Social this morning saying he's made a deal with Indonesia, adding that the details are to follow. We're going to continue to monitor that news and bring you more information as we have it. But of course, the market is highly tuned to news about new frameworks
But that's good. We get coffee, palm oil, apparel, paper products, all sorts of stuff from Indonesia. Well, despite the fascinating trade development, stocks just keep marching higher here. S&P 500, Nasdaq hitting record highs again this morning. Nvidia is the big fuel today. Joining us with his latest thoughts on the market, along with media stocks, mergers, and more, is Mario Gabelli, GAMCO Investors Chairman and CEO. Welcome. Nice to have you.
Well, it's great to be here. Privileged to talk about my favorite subject, stocks.
Stocks. But you want to talk about lovemaking, right?
Well, there's no question that corporate, with the more deregulation or less regulation, and with the tax bill in place, companies can start planning what they want to do. So mergers, acquisitions, spin-offs, reverse Morris Trust, all of the tools of financial engineering, you're going to see them.
There was a lot of optimism that would happen. Is it moving slower than you thought?
April, May, June, but now you have the tax bill done. Individuals.
Oh, they asked me to join up on the trade a CEO question and answer next week in Discord. I'm gonna just post it on Twitter. Yeah, I'm gonna ask them to keep the no activation fee. I mean, they sound a lot, and they keep the no activation fee.
Some deals he doesn't want them to go the way of local. You're going to see a lot more than that. Then you see things like financial engineering, spin-offs, like Warner Brothers spinning off, Comcast spinning off, and companies like that.
And you like
yeah,
parent companies?
that's weird.
For example, Liberty Broadband today.
I have one short MNQ on my 300K Apex.
Alaska. It's trading around 27, 8, 9, 30. I don't know where it opened. And basically, that is a new stock. Telecom in Alaska, they do a great job.
We get all-time high again. I'm gonna short.
Because the certain organizations, ETFs, who can't own it. They may be able to own Liberty, and Liberty's merging with Charter, and those kind of deals are very attractive.
Do you think media is going to be the most active space for a while?
No, it's everything.
Hell yeah, good shit on Lucid.
Focus on media. I'll give you two stocks that are going to pitch that I find very attractive: National Fuel and Gas and Textron, both $85. We'll talk about that. But I can't pitch.
Chris, are you going to enter the TTT giveaway on stream later? In about 30 minutes.
Basically, tonight.
Yeah, the straight to fund, the one you already got. Why? If you win, you win. It's not cheating. Tomorrow. I know, he's stupid. For $8, he got the static, the cheapest one too. What a dummy. Then he changed his Twitter name and stuff.
Order filled.
We'll see, but on balance.
Yeah.
60 million shares.
I knew he was lying about it. I didn't want to.
Easy round numbers. That's $3 billion. The park itself.
I knew he was lying because there's no way the code's used up because like I have everything documented on the code. I put the people's name down and stuff, so I know I didn't mess up. But I was just busy babysitting, so I didn't really look into it. Gave me the code. I shorted. I'm gonna go eat lunch with you. How's your son doing? Did he blow yet? Time to hurry up. We want the $350, huh? Hey, if you win the $350, you can buy the MFU next week for the challenge. That's gonna be fun. I think I might put 500 on that one for the competition. We'll see.
Company A spins off the division. The ETFs that own Company A can't own Company
Yeah, you're not gonna get 50 in time, so don't worry.
Focus on it, figure out what the intrinsic value is. What is it worth?
Yeah, you need 50. It's on the stream. 11 a.m. Need 50 points to win.
Among other things that we look at. Sometimes our arbitrage department, which we've been in 30 years or longer, looks at buying one.
You only need 2. That's quick. 2 points is easy.
You mentioned cross-border. How
Just get it, win it, and then sell it on the street, and you can get like $200 on that. People are selling those freebies. People do it though. Not on me. I just give out the codes and nothing to do with me. Yeah. Are you able to request a payout yet? How many more days on the Apex? Nice. Nice. You're gonna milk them. So I heard Apex sent some people live. I'm not sure it was true.
Is Europe interested? Of course. The answer is right now, for example, there's a company called
Maybe you go live soon.
before it's 275 million shares, 15.5 euros.
Yeah.
Significant amount of cash. They
Farmer.
big trucks. They call it something else.
We don't know if PW is really his payouts or that could be his commission. They just make it look like it's a payout.
But what they have is the defense business. The defense business.
Yeah, he has a 300K account. He rented up 400,000 profit, but who knows if it's real or not.
$1 trillion. $1 trillion of our is on defense. So you like the Patriot missiles that are going over. Who are the vendors?
I gotta go
and
pee.
who supplies the components other than Raytheon? Who supplies the
Is
parts?
that why you like Textron?
Textron is important because there's 180 million shares. Scott Donnelly, who runs it, has done a terrific job. And basically, they're going to earn a little over $6 this year on a non-GAAP basis, a little less than that on a GAAP basis. And the stock has Bell Helicopter. They got replacements for the Black Hawk, but they also have Cessna. And there's a backlog with the Longitude and the Latitude. And both of those will give them a tailwind, so to speak. And at $85 with that kind of earnings, that is an extraordinarily cheap stock. Another one that I mentioned was National Fuel and Gas.
Which is, I'm looking, they're record high.
Hold on. Well, it's close. NFG had a big run a few years. They have an asset. That asset is fundamental to the United States. They own significant acreage for the last 100+ years, 100 years, in the Marcellus, in Pennsylvania, in an area of about 10,000. They own down to the mineral rights to the center of the earth, but around 10,000 feet, you have what is called Marcellus, nat gas, AI locating, and you're hearing that all the time in that market. And as a result, secondly, you're going to try to help people in Connecticut and Massachusetts by bringing in nat gas.
Oh shit, it's short again.
So the stock is trading
Yeah.
at 90 million shares at 80.
Gotta cancel.
They're going to earn
Oh.
close to $7. So when you take the assets, now one thing that David Bowers, who's running it, is doing is going to try to buy other, what they call LDCs, local distribution codes. So they have some in Buffalo, they have some in Pennsylvania. I would say if somebody came to him, he's probably signed some NDAs right now to buy some utility companies in the gas utility area in the Pennsylvania, ideally, area. So there's a lot going on. That both of them are extraordinarily interesting.
I need
Both
to
of them
size
stocks that
up.
I
I
buy
need
daily,
2 now.
nibbling at them. And so on. We already own some of the things we do. In the broadcasting and entertainment world, you got to say, is Superman worth it? I'm not talking about Superman the movie, I'm talking about David Zaslav. And with David
Superman?
I like this. I got two Davids, David Ellison and David Zaslav. And Zaz and Ellison are going to have to compete against the giant. And the Goliath of streaming right now is, obviously Netflix. And they've done a good job of renting content. Their earnings are going to be good. They're going to come out this week. I don't know what they are, but independent of that, over the next 5 years, the notion of having recurring revenue by subscription, as opposed to guys like me going to the movie theater and paying a discounted price for theaters. So I like WBD. I think it's the market. There's 2.5 billion shares at $12. That's a $30 billion market cap. They've got debt that's coming down at accelerating rates, $28 billion. You're paying $58 billion for the company. It's like 10% of the value. What Disney is about $200 billion. Comcast about $200 billion enterprise value. And then you got Paramount. Ellison's got to take it and re-energize it. And he's going to do it.
Big vote of confidence there. Like legacy media?
Well, you know, the notion of coming up with a script and an idea and a content is one thing, but then how to get it to the consumer when they want it, like what you're doing here, and at the time they want to see it, which you're doing, and then at a low cost to the consumer. So that's the formula. Now, whether you do it on YouTube or whether you do it on Netflix or you do it on, Paramount or streaming services, somebody's going to continue to edge your way at that.
How's your TPT, Lynn?
Well, Mario, we appreciate you stopping by and sharing some of the ideas.
Good to see you. Have both it's been a long time.
Well, you're welcome back anytime. Thank you, Mario.
Well, thank you. Glad to be at the Seoul trading area.
Oh, you don't trade that much, right?
When we come back, the Energy Secretary Chris Wright's with us from a headline-filled and AI-focused energy summit in Pittsburgh. We'll learn a lot more about that as we go to break. Check out a mystery chart. Major retail name, nearly 60% off the all-time highs back in 21. We'll talk about which one it is when we return.
This July at Renewal by Anderson, replace your windows, patio doors, or your entry door, and we're going to give you an amazing offer.
So next time you're going on TraderBait again, right? Back to TraderBait.
And I mean, cool. Zero zilch nada for 18 months.
Let me know if you need any more.
Just to be clear, that's a year and a half. I'm talking about no money.
Yeah, whenever you need it.
Until January of 2027.
Fuck you. You've been getting payouts.
We'll be able to
Man, he has 3, but I ain't giving you nothing until you give me Chipotle, man.
And did you know over 60% of all
give me I get
Why
it.
choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place? Well, we use an exclusive window frame material. It's called
I ain't going long. Fuck long. I'm going short with it pump again.
It's twice as
If it hit 120, I'll go long again.
extreme temperature swings while repelling moisture and the elements.
Okay.
Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and warm weather brings bugs. Lots of them.
I do have to YOLO my TPT next week when I come back because I have like 10 days left.
Designed to slide easily.
I was going to renew.
Going to stick and let the bugs in. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front
So we gotta. I gotta finish it fast.
And no interest until
That 150 is way too hard for me to pass.
Get them now and pay down the line. And how about this?
No, Pro, we don't get charged monthly. It's a lifetime.
Your home's value by 15%.
Yeah, you're good.
It's true. Get out your phone, plug in your home's value, and multiply it by 0.15.
I'm on a short 2NQ 211.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Book a free window and door inspection with us.
So I'm over buffer on my TickTick 5,000, but I need 250 to get a payout. I don't like that threshold thing. Yeah, the 100K. So I need 5,250.
Ridiculous as us being corporate types.
Are you sure? Because I tried requesting and it said rejected. Here, I'll show you. It's in the chat. I tried requesting it. Let me check the channel. I think it was 5K. Yeah. Let me see. No, it's 5K. It's the threshold 5K. Yeah.
Weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC.
Welcome to Spotlight. Is it possible to make every park in the United States?
Where are you on Tesla?
Facebook, you can't put it. We're not in a commercial break.
Squawk Box, 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Stocks across food and apparel, some of the worst performers in the S&P 500 this year on concerns over tariff costs and consumer pressure. And that mystery stock we showed you before the break, that would be Target, more than cut in half since its all-time high back in 2021, down 30% over the last year alone. Our Melissa Repko is here to break down what's so off target, Melissa.
I need to speed it up on this trade. I'm taking way too long on it.
So I spoke to customers, former employees, suppliers, and the common theme that came through is that Target has lost a lot of the
I don't have an
quality.
ES chart on.
They made it stand out from retail. Things like meat stores, unique merchandise, and having very friendly employees. Now, a lot of them, when they go to the store, are finding out of stocks. They're noticing that employees.
Looks like it's gonna pump because the radar has a lot of squeezes to the upside now.
Target is dealing with the fact that it's
So if we dip a little bit, I might long.
with its rollback
Yeah, it has
So short, that's a 3-minute squeeze coming up. It's gonna go up over 200 soon, I think.
Up. I just wonder how much of it is target specific and how much of it is sort of general broad big box retail issues right now. You know, if you look at Walmart,
Order
the
canceled.
performance
So,
between Target
order
and Walmart is
canceled.
very jarring. And if you also look at the fact that Walmart's launched a lot of brands that frankly look like they would fit on a Target shelf, it just shows that many other retailers have caught up and ripped off of the playbook of Target. And so Target's having more execution issues lately on top of an environment
What?
where
Are you long or short?
discretionary merchandise. So what's the plan for fixing it?
Oh, you took an L, right? Because you know when you panic and you sell, take an L.
Questions to Wall Street right now. He had extended
Oh,
his
nice.
contract for 3 years, and that is expected to wind down this fall. So his successor will really be the one that will be fixing the company. That being said, the company's spoken a lot about getting back to kind of the vintage Target, the kind of image it had as a cheap retailer where he walked in for one thing and walked out with 10. And that's really the formula that's been broken recently, where people
Yeah,
are
I've done it.
having that sort of walk through the store and walking out with as much as they used to, and store traffic and average ticket was lower in the most recent quarter, Carl.
Melissa, thanks. Still a few weeks away from those types of earnings, but we'll get there in no time. Melissa Repko. Let's get a CNBC News update this morning with Silvana Hanau. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Carl, good morning to you. Well, President Trump's former National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, is testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee right now about his nomination to serve as ambassador to the United Nations. He is expected to face questions about his removal from the foreign policy role after he inadvertently added a journalist to a Signal app discussion about military strikes in Yemen. The New York City subway system was fully
I feel good not
operational
forcing a
through the
trade,
morning
just
Tuesday
taking my
after
time.
heavy rain led to flash flooding across the Northeast last night. The city saw a record rainfall of 2.
And this time I didn't get stuck at open, remember? The last 2 days, stuck. It feels so good. I almost did. But not a TTT though, so I was happy. I'll take my $100 today.
Beyonce kicked off the Atlanta leg of her Cowboy Carter tour. Police say they have a warrant out for the suspect, Sarah.
I want to size up, but the 25K is just too low to size up.
Energy Secretary Chris Wright joins us live from Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit following a slew of high-profile investments from names like Google.
I mean, it goes down. I might long at 20. I don't know. I'm scared now.
Real-time exchange sector sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Yeah, the market is just chopping all day.
Even before the market's open, I'm finding my moves that I make throughout the day. When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up, and that eats directly into your potential returns. I found that Public is really the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. For me, when it comes to investing, timing is everything.
You're not trading any prop firm? You're trying a Ninja Trader competition? You want something? You want? Oh, did I give you a Phidias? I thought I gave you a Phidias. Oh, no, I didn't. Let me give you the Phidias, sorry. I rather give to you some sucker on Twitter and just rob me clean.
Advanced composite technology ensures your tool
Oh.
for years to come.
Let me check the DM. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to give you that. I meant to give all the people on Discord first. Just make sure you cancel that, okay? Because if you blow it, make sure you cancel, because they're going to charge you a lot for the renewal.
Like customized spas, tanning ledges, water features, and more. And with our fast and flexible financing partners, your dream is finally within reach. Call now or visit lathampool.com to get started today.
I don't know. It's stupid.
Okay. So I shopped online and got pre-qualified for the
Yeah,
SUV.
I told FOMO Trader to ban him off his giveaway, so he did that. And I told a lot of people just kick him out.
Blue?
Yeah, let's do blue.
Shop online. CarMax.
Oh, for him, he just took the static one. Oh, the one I gave you? Anything you want except for the OTP.
Doesn't mean you have to overpay. Really? Take my word for it. It doesn't have to be scary. Okay, show me.
Yeah, anything you want, all static.
History impacts price means you don't have to overpay. Cool. Wait.
I did pass my static today, so I'm waiting for that to update.
They show me at CarFacts.com. Seriously,
President Trump joining CEOs and cabinet officials in Pittsburgh today for the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit, where billions of dollars in AI and energy investments are expected. Our Brian Sullivan is there along with the Energy Secretary, Chris Wray. Brian, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Sarah. Thank you very much. Got 3 cabinet level members here. President Trump will be arriving later today, and literally trillions of dollars of net value.
Wait, is Trump speaking today?
In Pittsburgh at Carnegie Mellon University. We're going to be here all day through the president's talk, and we are pleased to kick off our coverage live with the Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. Secretary Wright, great to chat with you again.
Great to be here, Brian.
Wow, the number went from $70 billion in private capital investments to $90 billion.
What, the 140?
Today. We're seeing firms like BlackRock, who will be on with us in the next hour, and others kick in a bunch of money.
Yeah.
What is the highest and best use?
You want a long again? Did we hit? Let me see. I'm just scared of long. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, you're right. 3 minutes. Got room for upside. But 15 minutes, too, has a lot of room to go down. Like, a lot of room to go down. So short term up and then long term down.
Its production is limited only by its ability to get it out to marketplace via pipelines. So it's easy to ramp up Pennsylvania natural gas production right here in the state and generate electricity right there, build data centers, build semiconductor manufacturing, build short manufacturing in this state.
Yeah. Check the activation fee. I think the activation fee is higher once you pass. Let me see. It's on our channel.
PJM, and I'm only 2 in the weeds here, but they're the grid operator for 60 million Americans across 13 states.
Yeah, I have it on. I had a screenshot. Let me see.
There's a report out of the DOE, your office. There could be a 100-fold increase in blackouts.
Yeah, no, it's a Sam. Yeah, you're right. It's a Sam.
If we don't solve the energy, I don't want to call it shortage yet, right?
Yeah.
But we're close
So
to major blackouts.
I'll just do the swing in case you have to backhoe.
Thank God President Trump won the election, or I don't think we would have fixed that. We would both have lost the AR arms race, and we'd have massively more blackouts. And the answer is we just got to make it easy to build stuff in America again. You know, these Clean Power Plan 2.0 Biden administration made it basically virtually impossible to build a new natural gas or a new coal plant. Well, that's the biggest sources of electricity. Together with nuclear, that's what runs our country. So in this administration, we're going to make it much, much easier to build new power plants, new infrastructure, even transmission lines, natural gas pipelines. We're going to build the energy infrastructure to supply the demands. It's pretty much common sense.
Well, you know, the governor of this fine state, the Keystone State, is a Democrat, Josh Shapiro. So this shouldn't this be a nonpartisan issue, Mr. Secretary? Forget about right, left, red, blue, whatever. Build, build, build.
Absolutely. Energy is the infrastructure that makes everything else possible in life. Of course it should be nonpartisan.
No, we have 2 hours left. I don't want to
energy. Wind is those are energy sources that have their uses, and they can be very useful in many places.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You know, for us, our opposition to solar and wind is the subsidies. The government's been paying people to build wind and solar, and the impacts have not been good. They've just driven up electricity and destabilized the grid. Real quick on the Biden administration, you know, he ran promising to end fossil fuels. Well, the year before he got elected, fossil fuels provided 82% of U.S. energy. In his last year in office, they provided 82% of U.S. energy.
So that's just such a naive, destructive view. You're going to end something that's 82% of our energy.
Oh, my puts is green. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Just made it more expensive. He just drove up the prices for consumers. He went into wind and solar and batteries, like you said, and they did move from rounds to 2% of U.S. energy to today rounds to 3%.
Well, because energy demand is also growing. Energy demand was pretty constant in America for about 15 years. Now it's going up because of why we're here. And you got, Meta, Facebook yesterday saying they want to build a 5 gigawatt data center. Now, for most of Americans, what does 5 gigawatts mean? Well, it means a couple million homes worth of power.
Yes.
Do we have if we don't do this, we lose the race to
What
countries like
ISIS?
Saudi Arabia that have the power, because you can put a data center pretty much anywhere you want. Can we meet that demand?
Yes, we can. This is America, and this is the Trump administration. America's open
Here
for
we go at the
business.
120. How long it's going to
We can
hit,
meet
so
that
we'll
demand.
see.
We have to change the way we were rolling. We have to permit things quickly and efficiently. We
Got
got to make
120?
investors in
Let's go.
capital feel comfortable that the rules are going to enable them to move fast, so they don't have to build it somewhere else. China's got
3 minutes looks like it's curving down, but I don't know. Can't tell. This market's shit.
We need to build a lot.
Very quickly, last week in Austria, they're raising their production output 548,000 barrels a day. Do you agree with OPEC's increased production?
Yeah, look, oil prices where they are today are very favorable for global economic growth. Are they in the low end of what works for American producers? Yeah, they probably are. But I think it's in a pretty healthy place right now, and we want the economy to continue to grow, not just the United States, but globally.
Secretary Wright, kicking off our coverage. We had Senator McCormick on earlier today on Squawk Box, but we appreciate you being with us here live. I know you got a busy event, big event. Thank you very much for spending some time with us.
Great to be with you, Brian.
Sarah, I'll send it back to you. We've got Secretary Burgum coming up, Secretary Lutnick, Larry Fink. We've got Toby Rice of EQT, maybe other guests. We'll see you later.
And we'll look forward to all the coverage. It's an amazing
your
lineup
videos?
that Senator McCormick has assembled there. Private and public sector. We'll see you next hour for Larry Fink.
In a short time.
Sullivan.
In a short time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
When we come back, former Fed Governor Crowther is going to join us, break down this morning's CPI number, talk about what it means for rates. As the pressure on the chairman continues to grow, plus, is the future for data centers in space? That story is coming up later this hour.
It's just in. Mint Mobile and Samsung are teaming up for an incredible new year. Switch now and get Mint's unlimited premium wireless, the new Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI for $30 a month. And you can be a fully functional participant in any group chat. See videos, reaction with emojis, the whole deal. More breaking news. This is neither news nor is anything breaking. I'm not a journalist, and this is just a gimmick. You know, humans are very funny creatures, aren't they?
Don't buy another stock before reading this book, because when you see the returns you can be making on options versus stocks, you'll realize that in today's market, buying and holding stocks alone, it's not an option. The simple, beginner-friendly option strategies you'll learn in our new book could take your investing returns to a whole new level. And today, we'll give you a copy for free.
And got the book, and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow, kind of opened up a whole new avenue of investing for me I never knew was possible.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful.
I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me. I will not go out and buy shares anymore. I just buy options.
I would say if you're considering learning from God and Pete for options, it's a no-brainer. You're learning from guys who 25 plus years in business.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get your free copy while they last at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
We're talking about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated
Oh, dang, it's dropping.
beginning investors.
I don't know if 120 is going to be good or not, but I'm just going to wing it.
Welcome to CNBC Plus, market destination.
CNBC Plus. On-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. CNBC.com/plus.
Main Street and Wall Street are still worried about the effects of tariffs in the coming months, but are there certain stocks that might be relatively immune to trade policy? One expert is looking at services-type companies with a lot of U.S. revenue exposure. Tune into our Market Navigator segment later on today on Power Lunch to find out which ones make the list. 2 p.m. Eastern. Not all multimillionaires build their wealth the same way. You have the fearless investor, the type A CPA, the bootstrapper, the boot maker. Yeah, but many do have something in common. We all trust Schwab with our wealth. Thanks to our award-winning service, low cost, and transparent advice. Every day, over 1 million multimillionaires trust Schwab with $3 trillion of their wealth.
Of building materials. Today, MIS becomes the partner of choice for the professional builder in North America with our advanced granite solutions from foundation to rooftop.
When logic bends, when certainty's shifted, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Inflation picked up again in June, although it did match street estimates. The president, responding to the CPI number on Truth Social, said the Fed should cut rates by 3 points. Very low inflation, $1 trillion a year would be saved. Let's bring in former Fed Governor Randy Krossner to talk about, Randy, maybe the data first. A lot of the coverage is sort of hints that we're beginning to see some residue around tariffs on this print. Do you agree?
So we're certainly seeing a little bit of that. You know, if you look at particular categories like toys, furniture, etc., you are seeing a little bit higher inflation than we'd seen in the past. But if you look overall, it's hard to see a big impact yet. And that's the big debate.
Which firm are you trading on?
Is it because services is acting as a bit of a
I love that firm. It's so expensive. It's expensive, isn't it?
So far by the tariffs, and we haven't seen much action there.
Why don't they just cut rates? Because now this is what, the 5th month.
Don't you pay monthly data? Right?
Inflation starts to perk up. Then they can pause.
Oh, so you have to be funded means live, right?
Sure. I think there are at least a couple of governors who would make exactly that argument. I think the majority is probably going to say, well, let's just wait and see a little bit longer. The challenge is you can keep waiting and waiting and waiting, and at some point you have to make a decision. My guess is that there'll be a reason.
Yeah, that's what Doc told me. They charge you $29 a month if you don't cancel or something. If you got to cancel that.
Their preference would be to continue to pause until they start on a more consistent way of bringing things down. That every meeting or other meeting, I think they're likely to cut at not the July meeting, but the rest of the meetings.
Nice, the $200, right?
You don't see headline inflation becoming a bigger problem.
So
I won once. Gave it to Doug. I need to ask Josh for the $200 credit. We do a giveaway.
You look at, all imports are about 13% of GDP. The tariffs are, they're on, they're off, they're exceptions, and so it's hard to see that it's going to have this enormous impact.
Nice.
And in particular, it's hard to see an ongoing impact. Fortunately, the short-term inflation expectations came down from the elevated levels that they were earlier, and that's really more into all the cracks in the system, and at least so far we're not seeing that.
I will guess, though, Randy, that you're not in favor of cutting 300 basis points.
That seems
You get like the most expensive one.
A little bit further than I would go, I would have to say, at least at this moment.
You know, this is what the president does, right? He creates a lot of floors and then cut a little, and then that'll be, they'll find somewhere in between. The one thing, Randy, is that the political pressure on Powell and, the importance of Fed independence. I mean, you can disagree with him on policy, but for them to go after, and it's not clear that they're doing this, but there's some signs, from OMB director, from Kevin Hassett.
Wow. Oh my God. These affiliates are asshole. Holy shit. I'll tell you later when I get off YouTube. But that is fucked up. Wow. That is really fucked up.
This is a little bit more public than usual.
It's a private chat. No, it just That's just asshole. I don't know. Like when somebody asks questions and then that person go use someone else's code, they get mad. You use my code because I help you out answer some questions. Like what the fuck? Like people don't care to help people. All they care is like selling the fucking affiliate shit for commission. That's just man, that's just fucked up.
That's what the markets are expecting.
Yeah, Volcker had 2x4s mailed to him and didn't stop him from crushing the giant of inflation.
Wow.
Soon, I know. Good to see you.
Bye-bye.
In Brazil, they sue the central bank governor personally, and then I learned this: the central bank governor has to defend themselves with their own money against lawsuits.
Thanks to public service.
Exactly. Still ahead, a look at the real estate space race and why lunar data
I don't
centers
use Top
could be the
Step
next big
anymore.
investment. Also, do not miss our
I'm boycotting them.
stock pulls back on earnings.
Is this how you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side.
His market just sucks.
Comfortable retirement kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement. 13 retirement blunders to avoid and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477. Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your comfortable retirement kit. Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800.
I have a long at 120 still.
Smarter threats needed smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise.
Oh shit, 120 is gonna hit.
Gets smarter. Your business stays safe. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most.
On what? Future Desk?
You trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike.
Oh no, Alpha Futures. I told you why I didn't like it in the chat. I don't want to say it on stream. I'll tap it again. Oh, my alarm is hit. Let me get out.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Bye.
With more adventure, more grit, and confidence. The Mazda CX-50 assembled in America and the Mazda CX-5. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers.
ETF?
Order filled.
Order filled.
Yeah, I'll DM you. I got you, buddy. I got you. ETF. Who? Oh, that guy that scammed me? It was someone from YouTube. Yeah. It is what it is.
Tesla this morning. The Journal just reporting that the company's top North American sales executive, Troy Jones, has left the company after 15 years. Follows a number of other high-profile departures recently, including the Director of Human Resources for North America, along with the company's Vice President of Manufacturing and Operations. Stock
The what?
a little bit in the red on that news, but we definitely are watching the...
Oh no, I don't know much about the Monster. I'm just really into the 100K fast track only.
Meantime, is the next big opportunity in
Not the 100K fast track, but the other one is.
This is the next frontier, both on the moon and here on Earth. I sat down with the global chief investment officer of Hines, a real estate investment and development firm. He likens it to the early days of the railroads when entire towns rose up around new stations.
We're creating these new rails, if you will, of the future.
In this case, it's more into orbit instead of on the ground. But when you think about it that way, think about all the nodes that are going to get developed and created, it's exciting. And I think investors need to be thinking that way.
Times recently announced the acquisition of the Titusville Logistics Center, a nearly 250,000 square
I'm long at 119. Shit. Bot might go short. Bot going short towards the bottom? I don't know. Fuck you, bot.
I think the capital is looking for great opportunities. We're looking for
Who
great
left?
returns. And this is
Who
one.
left?
Now that's here on Earth, but there are also companies that are looking to build data centers on the moon.
And I'm out. Here we go, baby. I'll keep longing. What, top 5 you get money, right, for the Ninja Trader tournament?
I'm not kidding, guys. Data centers in space. Congrats on launching this. Excited for it. I mean, we were just in Pennsylvania with the energy secretary talking about how everybody's why go to space if you can just build them in U.S. states, which are so hungry for that investment. 2 very important reasons. You talk about the energy control of all of this. In space, you have solar. They're powered year-round, and you don't have to cool them. Why? Because they're in space and it's super cold. And that's one of the biggest energy sucks on these data centers.
Is that offset by the transmission mechanism between?
You just beam it down. They said that, all the data comes back just because that's the way data centers operate anyway. And you could either put them on the moon, which they would be built entirely through robotics, so you don't have to have people out there doing it. And there are companies already working on this. We have more, of course, in that video podcast.
There's a million questions about zoning and who owns the moon and.
Yeah, it is the new frontier. Permitting? I don't know. Are there permits to do this? I guess.
First come, first.
Exactly. Well, actually, they're in China right now because China is looking to
Good thing I got out.
and that's what they've said. Again.
Alright, let me go pee and I'm gonna start the giveaway. Get on YouTube soon because we're doing the Tick giveaway. I'll be back.
New property plan.
Yeah, it's going to be big. Can't wait. Coming up next hour, White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs is with us. Talk about Bitcoin at record levels, crypto week on Capitol Hill, and of course, speaking of all of this, the growing power demand for AI. That's when Money Movers begins after this.
See the faces of wiggle balls. Seems to be the province here.
The belly, sir. Sleep weeks. Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 benefits for rethinking your world. Before investing carefully, we need to consider what investment this risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at investment.com.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. And Cunol has the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand that
Is it dumping? Let me put a long at 23,100. Let me see what that works. 3 minutes to the. Oh, bought one short? Let me cancel. Thanks for telling me. Holy shit, I didn't know the bot went short. I need to go tell YouTube. Yeah, but it's a short is kind of bad. We're like near the bottom of the oscillator. 23,103 bot went short. It might be good, but I don't want to short yet.
2.5 times faster the first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Well, if Dirty Walton got it done last night, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Hero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins. While they're shopping for goggins for their noggins.
Wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Why do you have to do that?
I like the sound of that. I wish my TV provider let me pause my subscription when I want. I wish my TV provider let me have hundreds of free channels.
Why do you have
you do that too, fellow Siren.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that. 30 seconds required.
At Egypt, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps.
Are you top 10?
Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience,
Nice.
helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
Right. Let me set this giveaway out. Giveaway. Now where is it? 50K straight to funded plus TicktickTrader. Okay, let me start the giveaway. There we go. Good luck.
Is working to help power the AI revolution, and we'll get some reaction to that company's earnings report this morning.
Also, President Trump's AI and crypto czar David Sachs, how NVIDIA resuming chip sales to China impacts the global AI race. We'll also hear about his outlook for crypto as Bitcoin hits all-time highs.
Meantime, some steady growing losses. Dow's now down 300 points. S&P's back below, back to 60.
You have 50 points, Ismail?
Except for information tech.
For the YouTube giveaway? No, you don't. If you don't worry about it. You can't win. Yeah, it's points.
Both firms are at strategic inflection points. JP Morgan with its multitude of use cases for its excess capital.
Yeah, you can't win.
Now that regulators have agreed to lift its asset cap that had been in place since 2018 from the firm's fake customer account scandal. Wells Fargo CEO Charlie Scharf saying now that the firm has, quote, flexibility
Well, you shorted along.
to grow deposits and to allocate capital to grow loans. He said historically Wells have turned away deposits from corporate clients.
Man, I'll go back to my long at 23,100.
Orders submitted.
I haven't touched my funded yet, so.
Allocate more of its balance sheet to markets, businesses. The street was somewhat surprised though by Wells taking down its net.
Yeah, I did a lot of my funded pre-market. Just don't want to get caught.
That is a key reason why that stock is down more than 5% today. JP Morgan executives
Yeah, that long was good, Gambit.
questions about its excess capital and how the firm plans to spend it.
You're not trying to get 5 TPT? No. Well, at least before the end of the month, get the trade day, at least one of them. Because that sell is a killer sell. Yeah, it's a good sell. Do the end of day. It's $99, but it's end of day for the whole thing. You know what I mean? It's what, $30 more. It's worth it though.
Just I would have a slight reluctance to pay as it was.
Tangible book either.
End of the day, just like my funded futures.
Just a few minutes ago, we will be listening in there and sitting down with
No,
CFO
not.
Mark Mason.
No. It's not the. It's end of the day means like whatever you make profit, it adds up to your stack, so you have a bigger stack. You can lose more instead of intraday or like Apex. You know, you keep holding it and it just blow. So your whatever profit you have doesn't mean anything.
Each of their 5 businesses.
So with end of the day, you can hold longer, but intraday you actually have to take profit. Yeah.
The big 6 going into earnings today. So the fact that it is moving higher from here kind of alleviates some of the concerns
Because of the
about
pump.
just lofty valuations and whether all the good news is already priced in. So certainly seems to be in the good graces of Wall Street this morning.
Certainly, it was Mike Mayo's favorite pick going into earnings season.
Yes.
As for JPM, I think I saw bespoke this morning, Leslie, best performance of the stock between earnings reports, I think since the early 2000s. And then on the call, this notion that inorganic growth is on the table.
Yes, so that was the key point of kind of asking about private credit was inorganic growth, is that something we should be looking at with regard to all of this excess capital and some of the use cases here? It's on the table. They say they do small acquisitions all the time, but they did pour cold water over this notion that, you know, it's likely they do some sort of big acquisition in the near term, especially as analysts. We're kind of asking about, you know, what types of businesses would be a good fit here. But the wheels are in motion. One thing that CFO Jeremy Barnum said is that, you know, we're in perhaps one of the best environments ever for the banking industry, noting all of the various tailwinds that have kind of lifted not just JP Morgan, but some of their competitors and also some of the fintech names higher as well in recent years. And one of the statistics I thought was interesting that Jamie Dimon had said was that the return on tangible common equity of 17%, if you had kind of extended that on a compounded basis over 20 years, the firm would essentially be the size of almost the entire GDP of the United States. So, yeah, he's basically saying, like, don't expect this kind of
Let's go,
environment,
baby.
don't expect this return. This is just a really good time for the banks.
Leslie, a lot more to come as we work our way through the week. Leslie picked her on some of the big ones today.
I sure need to
Meantime, the
post on
S&P and
Twitter and do
Nasdaq
that
did hit some
giveaway.
record highs this morning. They brushed off that CPI number that showed a little bit higher inflation for June on an annual basis. Joining us here at Post 9, Strategas Head of Technical and Macro Research, Christopher Owens with us. Chris, it's good to see you.
Great to be here, Carl.
It feels like intraday we lost some steam with the 30-year hit 5, and we haven't done that since June. Do you think it's a rate situation?
Yeah, I think the last couple of days, it's really been, frankly, been more global. If you look at German 30s or Japanese 30s, there's some life to global long rates here. I want to be mindful of that, but U.S. 10s have basically been in the same range that they've been in for the last 2 years. Until they're meaningfully above 465 or 470, I think it's more noise. And for what's been unique about this move higher in rates over the last, let's call it 2 or 3 weeks, discretionary has actually fared well. Somewhat counterintuitively, the rate-sensitive groups, housing, autos, have acted better than I would have anticipated given that. So I'm inclined to kind of lean on the market's message here and say, you know, bond yields are probably going to get away from us. I think what we're dealing with is a market that's up.
So bot went short and bot's losing.
And we're heading into a seasonal stretch that is not the best part of the calendar. Could we chop or consolidate here? I think that's totally reasonable.
Yeah, and in the meantime, you do think the market, to your point earlier, is looking at the benefits of tariffs as opposed to the liabilities, right?
Oh, Pre-Long got some NVIDIA call.
It's the fourth best 3-month rally in history. We're not consistently smarter than what the market's telling us.
The share rate appears not to be that much different than it was in April, right?
Yeah.
Tesla's at, it's red. Tesla's at 313.
Well, had we started at 10%, would we have gotten the Europeans to commit on NATO? Would we have gotten all these other things that have
Some
happened
QQQ
along
puts?
the
No,
way?
it's only up 5%.
I kind of defer to the market's opinion here. This is the 4th best rally off the low
No.
we've seen ever.
Shouldn't
What
follow
you
the
tended
bot.
to do in the month following that is chop, and then 3 months out, 6 months out, strength generally reasserts itself.
So you're bullish.
I did say don't follow the bot. No, I'm not short. No, I got scared. I had a short. It would have hit, but you told me the bot was short, so I canceled my short. Oh, my long. So my long's at I think 110 earlier.
3 instances where the Fed has cut rates with the bank index at all-time highs, 92, 95, 96. Those were generally pretty good periods to be long financials, long banks. And if I'm
Long term, it's going to drop more. The 15 minutes still has room for downside.
we're okay here.
But if we pump more, I'm going to short. But now it's going to wait.
So I think if anything, the fact that bond yields are up in light of that suggests that the Fed cutting may actually be stimulative here. It's why I believe housing and autos and regionals are behaving better than they have in some time. I think when you look at the course of the year, there's been this tension out there, right? We know that AI and tech and CapEx from that story have been very well received. On the other side, the interest rate sensitive groups have been behaving recessionary for the last 14, 15 months. I think it's the latter that's kind of coming to an end and getting better. You saw it first with a lot of the analog semis over the last couple months. Now you're seeing it with those other interest rate sensitive groups.
Does market concentration bother you?
Well, I think you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Tech in and of itself, let's call it 30% of the S&P. Add back some of the discretionary
Dang, that pumped, dude.
You kind of get yourself to 50. We
Are you still long?
Respects in that late 90s type environment where you kind of have to embrace it. I get uncomfortable.
How much are you up now?
The consensus when the market's no longer validating it.
And I think when you look at the real consensus view of
Yeah, log out, dude. 500 days is good.
capex or industrials, at least the
You're making me want to touch my TPT. Are you trying to get the third one?
that's when you're alone, where your work really has to go up. I don't think we're quite there yet.
Yeah, you did good. 500 a day is really good.
I think you have to look at the last number of years and say, okay, if they haven't already worked, when are they going to
Run it up and get one big fat check.
The idea is July has had this mean reversion theme to it, right? Buy some of the laggards, sell some of the winners. Maybe small caps benefit tactically from that. But if you're going to get a real regime shift into the smaller cap stocks, I do think you need some economic event separating what was to what will be. And I don't see that on the horizon here. You know, when do you actually want to buy small cap? I know it sounds silly. You want to buy them in recession. And our forecast is not for recession or big economic weakness. So
I just like a little steady payout. I'm almost at 1,600 now total on the payout.
attention to what is transcending cap size or geography.
Yeah, if I get more, if I get the bigger one, I do want a YOLO.
There's some big M&A in front of us, and maybe the small regional banks suggest that as well.
Yeah, we got a good example last night.
Yeah,
but with Huntington,
absolutely.
I need to pass that 150 so bad.
Still to come this morning, two big interviews from that Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit in Pittsburgh. Is BlackRock's Larry Fink with more on powering this AI revolution.
Yeah, but look at it now. Now you're milking it every day. It's worth the time to me. You know, people go to work, they don't make 500 a day. You know what I mean? Yeah, like my mother-in-law makes what, 500-600 a week. Like she's doing good.
An unforgettable scenery with
No, they're not that. She works at Tom Thumb. Just cut the fruits.
and cultural treasures.
Yeah.
Because when you experience Europe on a Viking,
That's so racist. He doesn't know because we're Asian. Every Asian does know. Fucker.
exploring the world in comfort.
Our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
What does it mean to live a rich life? It means brave first leaps, careful goodbyes, and everything in between. With over 100 years navigating market ups and downs, we'll help you move ahead with confidence.
You know, lobsters can live up to 100 years.
All-time high. Dang, that line was so good. This fucking bot got me scared. Yeah.
Now I want to see it in person, take it for a test drive,
And we have it in red.
Lobsters only turn red when you boil.
It's already started. Just shut up.
Yeah, let's do blue.
Shop online, see it in person. CarMax.
Sarah Benzino. Brandon Coley. Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call her?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto?
Oh.
Yeah, she sold the Twins Navy rings.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days.
Oh, he blew his trade day? Yes. Oh, he just woke up? What the? It's 10 a.m. He just woke up? Man. Don't hurry up and get on and blow that shit. And you got time, just tell him to go short. His son.
With Brain, you can protect your home permanently. Learn more at brain.com.
The Pennsylvania Energy
Aviation Summit getting underway in Pittsburgh this morning. Pennsylvania Senator Dave McCormick and the Trump administration highlighting billions of dollars worth of investments in the state focused on AI and energy. Joining us now from the summit is White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs. It's good to see you.
Should I follow the bot in short? Let me see. Yeah, short looks good. Look, short still looks good. I'm gonna do it. Fuck this long. I'm gonna short at 40.
President Trump assigned us this mission of winning the AI race, and there's really three ways that I think we do that. Number one is innovation. We have to outcompete our global adversaries. There's just no substitute for innovation. You can't regulate your way.
I didn't hit my short.
And in the United States, the innovation is done by the private sector. So it's really the job of government to enable the private sector and get the red tape out of the way. And you're seeing that with respect to energy here in Pennsylvania. Number two is AI infrastructure. We have to have the biggest, the most, the best AI infrastructure. AI applications are very power hungry. These new data centers consume a lot of electricity. We're going to need to make big new investments in power generation and in our grid. And again, that's what we're doing here in Pennsylvania. So we have to, again, drill, baby, drill. We've got to build more AI infrastructure. And the third is AI exports. We have to basically export American technology around the world. We have to make it the global
Good.
standard.
That's why I bought one short.
In Silicon Valley, we understand.
You know what's funny? People, not that many people is signing up for this TickTick giveaway. And this is a straight to funded. But yesterday is my funded future. That was just an eval. And we got like 70 people to sign up. That's weird. You'd think they like the straight to funded more than evals, but I don't know. Well, it might be the 50 points, so who knows? Yeah, homie.
Well, so first of all, I agree that we shouldn't be selling our best and latest, greatest advanced semiconductors to China. But the H20 is a
game-changing.
chip. It's not anywhere close to the state of the art, and that's why the Biden administration allowed the H20 chip to be sold to China. So this is a continuation of that policy. And since then, over the past year, we've seen Huawei make huge strides. They introduced a new technology called Cloud Matrix, and they started selling exporting their technology to other countries.
I don't think Trump's on
It's
today.
pretty important that we actually compete and take market share away from Huawei in China. Otherwise, we're basically creating a huge subsidy for Huawei in China. We're giving them all of that market.
I'm gonna short. Come on, hit the 140. Are you short?
Greatest technology.
It's just on short.
Want to make it a little bit more for Huawei here. We do want to sell them a deprecated chip so they don't run away with that huge part of the market.
It makes sense. What do you know about their capabilities and whether our export controls on chips in particular have worked? Do they have anything that can match what we do? Are they close?
Well, Huawei has a technology called Cloud Matrix 384, and if you look at the Huawei chip, it's called the Ascend chip. It's not as powerful as our chips, like the latest NVIDIA chip. The latest NVIDIA chip is about 3 times more powerful than the
15 minute looks bad. I think we'll drop more. We might lose the 23,100 later. Maybe.
384 chips together to produce one result that is comparable in output to
Dang it. Almost time for me to go.
What China's basically doing is they're reinforcing it. They're using more chips.
I know. That was quick. Fucking babysitting all my phone.
And like I said, it consumes a lot more power. So the American chips are better. Our technology is better, but China does have an answer to it. And this is why we need to.
Oh yeah, so I figured out your name is Kan, right? How you say it? Ain't that like Kan is like oh, gotcha.
Order submitted.
Gotcha.
Was Jensen at the White House? Was he persuasive on the front to the president?
I just got on my short. I'm gonna be short again.
Order filled.
Yeah.
So yes, Jensen is a great advocate for
Well, just log off, Gavin. Go to the gym. Stop trading.
American-Chinese trade negotiation, and so I think this is all happening in the context.
$8 can turn you red.
Things from China that we want rare earths, we want
rare earth
Order
magnets,
filled.
and I think that
Order
they need
submitted.
I know. I blew my account with just $8 to get a payout.
in the context of
And
this morning,
it sucks.
China talks. The other big story, of course, is the street getting their arms around the price action of Bitcoin and crypto in general this year. I'm curious to know how you're thinking about that. What's on the line on the Hill this week?
20 minutes.
And how much stablecoin as a notion kind of changed the game here? Well, this is Crypto Week on the Hill. The House is going to be passing 3 bills. They're going to be passing the Genius Act, which came from the Senate on
EU?
Thursday. That's going to go to the president's desk for signature on Friday.
I want to short on my TPT Pro, but I'm kind of scared.
Which are basically digital dollars. It's a tokenized version of the dollar. This will extend
Maybe short on freaking day trader.
People have crypto wallets. They can now transact using U.S. dollars. I think you could see entire countries, third world countries, dollarize from the bottom up. This will eventually create new demand for U.S. T-bills, money market funds. And like I said, I think it's going to strengthen the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. So I think this is very exciting. In addition to that, the House is working on a very piece of legislation called the market structure bill. It deals with the 94% of crypto tokens that are not stable coins, and they're going to be passing that and sending it
500. Don't forget my Chipotle. I have 2 kids today.
Central bank digital currencies, and that will be passing the House. CBDCs are something that the administration said it does not support. The president signed an executive order prohibiting them, but this would make it permanent in the form of legislation.
Order filled. When do you actually expect, or do you actually expect, a more real use case for stablecoins beyond
Give it
crypto
time.
transactions? Do you see them as
Order
future
filled.
payments like Jeremy O'Leary does? He was on the show
Order
yesterday
submitted.
from Circle.
I think you're already seeing stablecoins being used. They're used as the base pair for basically
Got
all
money.
crypto exchanges. So whenever anyone wants to go in or out of crypto, they do it using stablecoins now. You're also seeing them being used by merchants to accept payments. It is a new kind of payment rail.
Touch my trade, I guess. So let me touch that.
It's global. It's based on
I'll
blockchain
short at
technology.
40.
I think this is a huge emerging use case for stablecoins. This is being the new payment rails for the 21st century. And look, I think that by explicitly authorizing the issuance and adoption of stablecoins, we're going to see an expansion in their use. And a lot of companies that didn't feel comfortable adopting them, like the banking system, like Visa, like MasterCard, are now going to feel much more comfortable because they know that they have a legal framework that has been officially approved and signed into law.
What?
I know you're busy on all fronts, crypto and AI, and your work with the White House. But I do have to ask you, David, about what's going on with Elon Musk, because I mean I know you go way back with him to PayPal days.
I don't care
And now
for
he's
that.
talking about this third party. Why do you think that he's
Order filled.
A lot of giveaways already.
Order submitted.
Look, for the president, and Elon's a good friend, and I hope that one
Not
day
looking
there'll be a
good.
reconciliation. I do believe that Elon's objectives politically can be achieved and can best be achieved through the Republican Party, and I hope to convince him of that one day.
Dang,
I
that
hope there will
pump.
be a reconciliation because I think Elon and the president, they were once very good friends, and I hope they will be soon again.
Yeah. Well, maybe you can play the role of peacemaker. David,
Approved?
thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, hell yeah.
Being made to power AI, plus we have the company's earnings report. The stock
See?
is down.
Videos gang. Oh, I need to post on Twitter.
With us as well on Q2 earnings, with a top and a bottom line beat, although we talked about their net interest income guidance, slightly lowering that. Shares under some pressure. We'll be right back.
That's last night. Oh, right now?
Feels this cramped. Sketcher slip-ins feel like this. With Sketcher slip-ins, just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide fit Sketcher slip-ins.
This July at Renewal by Anderson, replace your windows, your patio doors,
Someone's
or
trading.
your entry door, and we're going to give you an amazing opportunity. You ready? Pay nothing. And I mean zero zilch nada for 18 months. Just to be clear, that's a year and a half. I'm talking about no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. We don't know when we'll be able to offer this special financing.
Oh, you took an L? I'm still holding my
This is where
short.
you can. And did you know over 60% of all our customers choose to finance? It just makes sense.
Oh.
But hold on. Why choose renewal by Anderson
You
in
went.
the first place?
Oh, okay.
Well, we use an
You just.
exclusive window frame material. It's called Fibrex. It never needs painting. It's
Yeah,
twice as
now
strong as vinyl.
now the 3 minute
And
looks
it
like
was designed to
it's going
handle
up some
extreme
more, so
temperature
that
swings
short might
while
be
repelling
bad.
moisture and the elements. Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and warm weather
Yeah, 150
brings
points.
bugs. Lots of them. Feed bugs, not on our watch. Our patio doors are designed to slide easily. They're not going to stick and let the bugs in. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and there's no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027.
Yeah, my siding is small, so I can average down.
Anderson products will increase your home's value by 15%.
No, I haven't touched that yet. I don't think I want to touch that. I don't feel like touching it. Yeah, I'll take my $100 to feed my little kids.
And make sure to call before July 31st to lock in our special financing.
Yeah, I like Chinese food.
0808.
Oh no, real Chinese food.
That public account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
Fifth coming on, right? Well, that should help us.
Faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
All right, dump it, ho.
I'll try.
Closing the books. Just a few more hours. That's not true. $120 for
12:45 and 11:45 doesn't work. That doesn't help me. I'll be gone by then. Yeah, too late for me.
Well, closing the books on time.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
To CNBC Plus, where to?
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens.
4 minutes, plenty of time.
CNBC.com/plus. Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, real-world insights on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at CNBCevents.com/smallbiz.
Who? No. I'll leave him alone.
CEOs of energy and AI companies all gathering in Pittsburgh. Turn back to Brian Sullivan, who joins us with a special guest.
I can't troll those CEO. They might do something to me.
But the largest asset management firm in the world.
Why my YouTube got blocked from yesterday's stream? I gotta fix that. Yeah, copyright. On my TV.
And everything.
Yeah, that's
in just a
stupid.
second. The market's not loving the reaction to those earnings. They seemed very solid on the face. What are they missing? Well, I think they're missing the key to any company.
I'm gonna delete this clip.
They grow 6%.
There we go.
I think the expectation. But our entry level going into the third quarter because of where the market went down quite a bit in April and throughout the year. So
Not anybody. It said 12:45.
The closing of HPS.
Yeah, nobody's speaking yet. Just Trump. Twitter fingers.
I think our expenses may be too high, and our expenses are all.
Alright, we got 12 minutes and there's 32 tickets, so easy chance to win.
And we try to bring everybody on board. The HPS team is going to be moving in tomorrow to our headquarters, so we have co-rent for a little bit until we navigate that. But the key of any acquisition is building one key.
You drawn up, right? Cuz
Yeah, you did. Our expenses have been front-loaded. We kind of telegraphed that. But I'm thrilled where we are. I'm thrilled about our position with our clients. Our shareholders, by the way, today, since we have many shareholders,
Bye, Gambit.
we're thrilled about the opportunity. So this is just
Don't forget to send me money.
funds. They play a market
they play a market role, and
Oh.
I'm not against anything like that. But long term, I'm a huge buyer of BlackRock at these prices.
Okay, you've been a huge buyer of other companies. HPS, you referenced one deal, but the deal I want to talk about, which is why we're here.
Yes.
GIP, Global Infrastructure Partners.
Dang.
I don't
My
wanna
QQQ
be
puts
too
is
nice.
red.
That hasn't even fallen into its launch yet.
Yeah.
Marginally, yes.
Stocks.
But only marginally.
QQQ is like AIMQ, but in stock. Yeah, that pump is brutal.
Opportunity for BlackRock.
I think it's
I'm so red on my trade day. Yeah. Uh-oh. I hope your son is short too, so we both can blow the same day. I'm sure that 146.
Which we believe that's going to happen. What does that mean? Meaning portfolios are going to have both private markets and public markets. There's a possibility that the government, the U.S. government's going to allow in the defined contributions more.
Just me and his son.
Into DC. But the foundation of that is going to be data.
Doesn't matter. If I lose, I still get my 100K trade day. But I'd rather take my own money.
In terms, because I think more and more people are going to need.
I don't think he is.
The blending of public and private.
He's a pretty good trader.
We look at all three
Being new.
as a major component of our strategy. Related to infrastructure, we believe that there's a need for trillions of dollars investing in infrastructure related to our power grids, AI.
It's okay. I'll get it back. It's gonna drop. Trust the bot.
We are still going to be investing in decarbonization. So all these different investments, well, they go together. They all go together. Plus, making sure that we have adequate dispatchable energy. So all of this is all part of.
We got 9 minutes, 32 tickets.
Get even larger.
Hopefully somebody in our Discord win this. It would be cool.
And generally, at a time when you have this confusion of a merger. But we announced also today that GIP was able to close a $25.2 billion infrastructure fund, GIP5, which was the largest.
Are you doing NQ?
Infrastructure fund ever raised.
That's a big number, 25
Oh,
billion.
man.
And then on top of that,
How fast was that? How long did it take to build 25 billion? I mean, it was over a year. Between friends.
Yeah, over a year.
That's a short time. Yeah, that amount of money. You said when I mentioned GIP, we're at the golden age of infrastructure investment. Right. What does that mean?
It means that we're going to have to do more and more public and private investing. I do believe deficits have consequences. And I've been discussing with this administration and many other governments that we need growth to reduce the dependency of our deficits. If we don't have
Here we go.
growth,
Drop it, baby.
Deficits,
I hope your son is long and I hope he busts.
so the one thing about what we're doing here
Yeah.
in Pittsburgh related
Yeah,
to
fuck you, kid.
Senator McCormick's announcing here today in Pittsburgh. But much
Come on, dump it, baby. Blow that shit.
permitting processes, get more things done. And so we believe the golden age of infrastructure
I wanna
investment
win
is just
this.
beginning. We announced last year we're in the midst of a $30 billion raise for specifically for infrastructure around.
Oh, yeah. I keep
data
forgetting I'm on
and
YouTube.
AI. And our partners, NVIDIA, Microsoft, XAI, MGX of Abu Dhabi, and we announced.
I'm trying to win this competition, okay?
As a big investor, as we announced Singapore, as Temasek will be a big investor in this fund. We are in the midst of.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm about to be green on my trade day. There we go, baby. I bet you he's playing NQ. I know that kid is greedy. Go check his computer. He blew that shit. Come on. Please blow. Let me win. I'm short of 47, so I'm about to be green. I just need him to blow so I can win.
And you can build all the data sets.
Trust the bot, man. Trust the bot. Look at that shit.
That goes from the energy source to the energy user. That is largely state.
Okay, I got out.
Federal, state. There's only so much BlackRock can do about that.
Huh?
But I think fix that.
So that, I think,
Oh.
this is where President President Trump's administration with
Well, I think
Secretary
so
Berman
too.
is really important on, they have an office now within his remit to streamline permitting. It doesn't matter which state it is to try to accelerate permitting. Obviously, you have federal government permitting, then you have state and local permitting.
Oh shit! Oh, everything's green. My short is good. Hell yeah! Come on, hope you blow.
It's going to be harder and harder to build out these AI data centers. These AI data centers could represent as much as 1 gigawatt of power.
Let me go.
Or more.
By the way, that's again about 750,000.
So he's speaking Spanish. Like, oh, you blew, son? Yes, I did, daddy.
Synergy investing with the threat of tariffs.
Oh, he's still holding, huh? Oh, he's trying to fade a bot. He's gonna get wrecked.
Investing in the United States, we can continue to do it. Now, the big issue is we have copper tariffs, and we'll see what those are needed for electrical lines. We need those for electrical lines. So yes,
We don't fade a bot here.
questions in there, and you raised a good question. But the answer is, I think there's enough private capital to put the money to work, working with state and local governments, working with the hyperscalers, and we need to make sure we do this because the U.S. has to win.
I'm not trading anymore.
in AI and infrastructure, it is imperative, and so we need to find these solutions, and we need to rapidly find the solutions. The money is there, the opportunity is there. BlackRock is going to be integral in this process, and then when you add what we just did with HPS, that's going to give us a great ability to do that $100 billion of debt.
No, I'm just waiting for him to blow before I take another position.
I don't want to underscore the need for data and analytics, and that's what frequent transactions.
Oh, is it over yet? Let me check.
Over the last 12 months, we closed this. I would say.
No, I still got 5 minutes left, so you have a good chance of winning. There's only 33 people in there.
Really terrible market in April.
I'm gonna re-short at 165.
Order submitted.
I am more optimistic about what we could do at BlackRock. I was in Asia last week. The conversations I've had with more clients worldwide have never been more robust and more opportunistic for us to grow on behalf of our shareholders.
Well, we are glad that I think it shows the power of the energy opportunity that Larry Fink and BlackRock.
Oh, Trader 007, you can't win again. You won the other day, yesterday.
Hitters here, guys. You got Amazon Web Services. You've got Google here. We've got BlackRock here as well. It's not just industry. Larry Fink, really appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And by the way, we're going to speak with the Interior.
I write down the names of whoever won, so if the bot picked them again, I'm just gonna skip and go to the next one.
Oh yes, and President Trump will be here later hosting a roundtable. Back to you.
Great coverage today, Brian, on an important day. That's our Brian Sullivan in Pittsburgh. We will be watching you next hour as you sit down with this Commerce Secretary, as you said.
Coming up on our show, the CFO of Wells Fargo, company citing uncertainty over rates as a reason for lowering its outlook for net interest income. More on that outlook when Money Movers comes right back.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com. Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
This July at Renewal by
No, we can do once a week. You guys gonna hog it all.
We're going to give you an amazing opportunity.
It's one per month per platform. So Discord, Twitter, and YouTube. So you can get 3 freebies from me.
That's a year and a half. I'm talking about no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest.
No.
Until January of 2020.
No.
We don't know when we'll be able to offer this special financing again. So get in on this while you can. And did you know over 60% of all our customers choose to finance?
It
just makes
it's
sense.
gonna drop.
But hold on. Why choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place? Well, we use an exclusive window frame material. It's called
I have a short at
It
166.
never needs painting. It's twice as strong as vinyl. And it was designed to handle extreme temperature swings while repelling moisture and the elements. Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and warm weather brings bugs. Lots of them. Beat it, bugs. Not on our watch. Our patio doors are designed to slide easily. They're not going to stick and let the bugs in. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and there's no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. Get them now and pay down the line. And how about this? Anderson products will increase your home's value by 15%. It's true. Get out your phone, plug in your home's
I'm gonna
value, and
feel like
multiply
shorting
it by
again.
0.15.
Where should I
That number
short?
could pay
I'll
for your
short
new
this
windows. Now
at
that's
60.
what I'm talking about. Book a free window and door inspection with us and make sure to call before July 31st to lock in our special financing. 1-800-918-0808.
Order filled.
Uh-oh.
Once you have kids, once you own a house, once you have these big responsibilities, you want to make sure that they're taken care of, that they're okay if something were to happen. I kept putting it off. Finally, I searched Best Online Life Insurance, and Ethos came up. I got covered 100% online and was able to get
I hope not, because I'm short.
no medical exam.
I'll short again. I got a better position at 160.
Those.com.
I haven't touched any of my funding yet. So I want to keep my payout. There we go.
Order filled.
Out.
Order submitted.
Short later. I need to short my Apex. Let me short at one. He said 170.
Order submitted.
We'll have 170
Order
short.
And ZipRecruiter is on it. It finds
Order
me
submitted.
with the exact skills I'm looking for. I can't believe how I used to do it before. Carl, none of these candidates are qualified. Wrong skills, wrong experience. I don't know where to put this person. That was a cat influencer.
There we go.
Order filled.
I'm getting people who are
Order
the best fit
submitted.
for my roles. ZipRecruiter, rated the #1 hiring site. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/try.
Now, with your CNBC News update, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the president was, quote, merely asking a question when he reportedly asked Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky if Kyiv could strike Moscow if the U.S. provided long-range weapons. She said today he was not encouraging further killing. The Financial Times reported today the president privately
Oh shit, is it ready? My bad. Oh no, I got 50 seconds. Hold on. Let me refresh this. Okay, I can pick the winners now. I'm about to pick. Good luck. The winner is Yusuf. I don't know you have enough hours. Oh, points. Let me check. You only got 20 points. Sorry.
Order filled.
You need 50, so I gotta pick another winner.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Alright, let me pick another winner. Next one. Oh, Caveman, I think you have the points. I'm 100%. Yeah, you do. 88 point. Hell yeah. Can you... I think I have you on Discord. Can you DM me on Discord? I just want to be sure. I know it's you. Congrats, man.
Timber Tech products compared to wood, it's really
I think he's on
only
Discord.
product I personally found that has that look and feel of wood. It's the closest thing to it in the world of composites. You just really need to look at it. They've nailed the colors.
Order
There's
submitted.
a great range of color in there. The grain pattern, the combed look to it is fantastic. It doesn't have that like weird plasticky look. It just looks like it's supposed to be there. It looks like what you want it to look like. It looks like your investment made sense.
Shopify's point of sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With
And yo, DM me on Discord so I can give you the code. And I'm gonna end the stream and I gotta tell you something.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspace.com to learn what your policy might be.
Oh, shit, my shit went short. Uh-oh.
Don't sell it.
Later, guys.